Well, that took a while to sort out, but we're finally underway today. Yep. It's the Outer Worlds. I'm getting right into it. After another 2 days of not streaming at all, just things just started happening. And then I ran into problems. And then I was like, shit, I'm gonna need to spend time fixing this problem. I'm not gonna have time to do a stream. Because the problem was tied to that. Ugh. Going to Byzantium today, so that's something to look forward to. Yeah. I probably would have streamed like the other day, or rather the day before that. But that last Persona 5 Strikers stream turned out to be a complete disaster. Because that fucking Windows update messed with the audio stuff, and I didn't realize that OBS wasn't picking up any of the game. For 4 fucking hours. So yeah. Over the past 2 days, I've just been on and off trying to mess with settings and stuff just to make sure that everything is working right again. I think I got everything set up correctly. So it shouldn't be a problem. Any further. Blech. Blech. He's old Gorgon. Alright. Now, I believe I had a plan. Right, in order to progress here, we needed to go to Byzantium and find a guy. But since I hadn't been to Byzantium, I'm gonna get wrapped up in that other plot stuff when I get there. Right, I remember what the plan was. We were gonna explore around these parts that I hadn't been, which would be down here, go around this canyon, go down this way. There were some people there. And then check out this canyon. I think I was going to do that and then go to the Byzantium. Or I could just save it for... go to Byzantium and then save all that other stuff for when I come back. I'm going to go with the second option, actually. Why split our time between 2 planets like that when we can just go straight to the one we need to go to? That makes sense to me. I will walk back, though. We'll talk to those guys in the canyon on our way. Painted an X on the ground. Alright, looks like everything's coming through. This... Well, hello there, Garadaris. Have we met before? I can't recall when I last saw your name. Did you pop in on an Outer World stream like one of the early, like maybe the first or second one I did, maybe? Oh, it was Claw. Alright, alright. I've had that on my mind. I've been meaning to go back and check out more custom levels, but I made the mistake of starting 2 big games. So... yeah, I'll get back to custom levels at some point. Oh.
Be careful.
Ooh, that was a little steep. You see, I thought I could hop down the rocks there, but there was an invisible wall, kind of, between the rock and the air, and I just slid right down it. That's a good start. Anyway, how you doing? Having a good day, I hope. Let's see here. Want to go chat up those guys. Elevator's over here, probably. Don't want to go falling down again. Doing fine? That's good, that's good. I'm doing great. I finished Sonata of Fire yesterday. I didn't stream it, just doing that on my own, and that put me in an immensely good mood. So yeah, I'm doing great. I feel like I passed the elevator. There must be one over here. Up here's the elevator. All right. And I could have swore I saw just a couple of guys hanging out in this here canyon. And they didn't look like marauders. Nope. Or maybe they were marauders. Yeah, those are marauders. Maybe it was just marauders. I could have... Maybe my mind's playing tricks on me, but I could have swore I saw just a couple of guys. They didn't look like marauders just hanging out down here. Suppose I might have been wrong, unless they're over this way.
Those rocks look exactly like bones. What are the odds?
I think those are bones, you dingus. And I was right. Here they are.
I say it's the llama.
And I say you're wrong.
Llamas? We got space llamas? This is the first I've heard of this.
Have you ever seen a finer specimen of a llama before?
Oh, they talking about the bones? Damn, there's some big llamas.
I'm telling you, this isn't the rock. We need to turn back.
This is the spot. Now keep your eyes peeled. The dead drop is at the foot of the alpaca, he said. And this is the alpaca.
Llama.
What was that?
It's a llama we're after, sir, not an alpaca. And this is neither.
Llama, alpaca, same thing.
Llama.
They aren't the same at all, sir. Believe it or not.
Enough. We've got company. Out with it then. Who are you?
I happen to be a wandering alpaca expert. Are you the survivors of from that crash ship by the landing pad?
I'm the captain of that crashed vessel, to be perfectly accurate.
Why start now?
What was that, first mate?
Just talking to myself again, sir.
We're on the hunt for a package. It's supposed to be at the foot of this handsome-looking alpaca-shaped rock.
Llama?
This handsome-looking, llama-shaped rock. But the goods aren't here. Must have been stolen.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a made-up word.
I'm not exactly an expert, but I think that's a fossil.
Yeah.
This is not a rock shaped like a llama. This is a fossil shaped like a fossil. Captain.
Could be the fossil of a
Could
llama.
it be the fossil of a llama?
See, he's got it.
I highly doubt that. Can you believe this guy?
Yeah, you're right about one thing. This is definitely a fossil.
Thank you.
Hey, I do the talking around here. This is the right spot. I know it in my gut. But there's no package, and now my crew is insubordinate.
What's the story with the package?
My crew and I are in the, parcel delivery trade. Our client is waiting on a delivery of special medicine, and this asteroid is the handoff point.
He means drugs. It's a specialty cocktail of adrenotime, pep pills, and dervish mist that our client takes to get out of bed every morning.
Sounds dangerous.
Oh, it's deadly stuff, all right. But our client built up a tolerance over the years, and now nothing less will do. My hands are tied. Only problem is the damn parcel isn't where it's supposed to be. Whoever heard of a llama-shaped rock, anyway? I mean, what are the odds?
I'm pretty sure you're searching in the wrong place.
Well, this is the only alpaca-shaped rock I've seen for miles, so let's agree to disagree.
Llama!
Llama. Sorry about my second mate. Ever since the crash, I can't squeeze a word of sense out of him.
Oh, I could help find the package.
That won't be necessary. I have everything under control.
Do you?
Could have fooled me.
First mate, this is a llama, and that's an order. Now find me that package. It's around here somewhere.
Hey, hear me out. You and I both know this isn't a llama.
How do you know what a llama looks like?
What's not to know? It's got 4 legs and a silly-looking neck.
Oh, checks out.
I read all about llamas in a book about Earth animals. I guess our client must have read the same book. If you backtrack and take the right-hand fork, I could have sworn I saw the rock there already. Captain wouldn't let us stop because the beak wasn't sharp enough to be a llama.
Ah, yes. Llamas with sharp beaks. He really doesn't know what a llama looks like, does he?
Bingo. He won't even let us turn around because he's dug his heels into this fossil story. His pride is all tangled up in it. We're not getting off Gorgon without that package. If you can find the llama and the goods, you can have my cut of the take. I don't care. I just want out of here.
That's understandable. Why are you willing to give up your payment for the job?
I lost a lot of friends in that crash. All I got left are my idiot captain and a guy who can't stop saying llama. This isn't about money anymore. It's about survival and cutting my losses.
What the heck is the difference between a llama and an alpaca anyway?
Alpacas are cowards.
Is that accurate? I'm not an expert, I don't know.
Never trust an alpaca. They're small, they're mean, and they'll stab you in the back first chance they get.
Good thing I'm searching for a llama then.
You're telling me. We'd be having a very different conversation if this were an alpaca-shaped rock.
Llama!
Don't let me down. That llama is my ticket out of here.
I don't think I've ever heard the word llama spoken so many times in a single conversation in any other game I've ever played. That's a new record. Alright, so that's what we'll handle that when we come back. Sorry, you guys are gonna have to hang out here a bit longer. That is quite the fossil, though. Also, let me check something real quick over here. Am I on point? Yes, I am. Alright, just making sure everything's still working right. Okay. We'll come back and deal with that once we find our man. But first, I guess I'll go to the landing pad. Sell some stuff before we leave. We are full of stuff. That is a very brightly colored sprat. Where are you going? I don't think I've ever seen a white and red sprat before. What's your deal? I feel like I should follow it. It just led me to the sprat shack. What if that sprat is trained just to have people chase it all the way over here? Genius. Here. Hip. Hey, shopman.
Hey, stranger. Nice to see you're still alive. Let me know if you're looking for something particular.
It is nice that I'm alive, isn't it?
All sorts of salvage and weapons. And plenty of.
Alright, let's get rid of all this junk. You know what? I'm gonna sell all this adrenal time. We already know that it's terrible for your health. Let's see here. I probably already have too many of these mods back on the ship, but... let's lighten them down, and I'll put the rest in the thingamajig. I think that is the suit. Yeah, that's the suit I picked up. I'm keeping that. Okay. And how about weapons? You know, just to make sure, I'll take the rest of these to the ship, make sure that there isn't anything I can replace for my crew. And then we'll just sell the rest when we get to Byzantium. Yep. Also, just to make sure, did it... okay, that did work, okay. Alrighty. Alright, first let's look at the crew. Anything that I can replace? Ellie could use a new sword. I'll fancy that. We got a replacement plasma cutter for her right there. How about a pistol? Suppose I could let her have the doctor's orders. I'm not using it. Go ahead and take that, Ellie. Do Felix, he already should have a better toss ball stick. And again, this one's a little stronger. Right, he just got the that coolant weapon. Yoka, how are you doing? You got a new machine gun, so you're all set to go. I think I had her wielding a different melee weapon, but she ended up getting the staff. Let's have her wield the scythe instead. Parvati could use the new hammer. I have a hammer. And no, that's only level 19. That's not better. Guess I give her the pulse hammer instead. Two-handed? Two-handed. Okay, okay. Okay, she could use a new pistol. What do we got? Not a lot going on in the pistol category. Suppose this one's better. Well, just switch her in with that. Alright, I was gonna get the telescoping staff to Max. He could use a new shotgun. I don't think I have any new shotguns. What's with all these lower level shotguns? None of these are good for him. Well, Max, I guess you're just gonna have to live with that one for a bit. Store the gloop gun. Put that away. There's my top hat. I don't know why I'm carrying some of this stuff. And mods. Did I found this pistol, but I haven't... Oh, okay, no, the pistol's modded. Although, the rifle and the hunting rifle could use some modification. Yeah, I'm gonna mess with those. Just make sure everything's in good shape before we go to the center of the colony. Speedy mate barrel, rate of fire up. Fun time barrel, critical up. For an assault rifle, normally I don't go for rate of fire increases, but in this case I think I'll go for it. And rate of fire up and increase the magazine size? That sounds like a good combination. In fact, it's an excellent combination. Yeah, and slap a gyro sight on there. Alright. We're cooking. Critical damage to the sniper rifle? That sounds like a good idea. Okay, this side, it already basically has one integrated, so... What mods do I have? I pretty much got a little bit of everything. Get a super scope. I don't really do a lot of sniping, but... Then again, I don't really do sniping. I think I can... Yeah. Hang on a minute. Is there a... let's see here to do. I changed the barrels, so if I could... Do I have a mag power? No, that changes it to plasma. I like my ballistic weapons to stay unenergized. That's just my style. I can only increase the magazine size. That's the only other option I seem to have on hand. Can I just pass over another gyro sight? I guess not. Well, dang. I guess I'll try the super scope just to see what it looks like. Huh, I guess that one wasn't an option. Oh wait, no, I picked up the gyro sight. I kind of like this scope, just because it's like the same length as a barrel. That's like vintage sort of look there. Now that looks nice. I guess increasing the magazine size won't fly with this type of weapon. That's a shame. Wait a minute, was I modifying a different... Oh, son of a bitch, I was modifying a rifle that wasn't the one I was already actually carrying. Well, that was smart of me. I don't know how I fucked that up. Ah, well. Mistakes were made. It happens. Well, alright then. I suppose I'll chat up the crew, how they think about the, yeah, considering what we learned last time, I'd like to get their thoughts.
I could probably spend years fixing this boat, stem to stern.
Parvati, thoughts on Gorgon?
You want to ask about anything in particular, Captain?
So, how about the Marauders?
It sure is lonely out here on the edge of the colony. Anything could happen, and ain't no one gonna come to help us.
No thoughts about the Marauder revelation? Okay. I'm sure somebody else on the crew might. I like to know what they're thinking.
Maximilian. Vicar. Vicky.
Yes?
Aw, this is no fun anymore.
Hey, Cap. We've seen a lot of stupid in this colony, Captain. Trying to turn raptidons into diet toothpaste. But this, if it's true, if Marauders were made, someone ought to burn for it, Captain.
If they were made, maybe they can be cured?
That's a nice thought, Cap. You're a good person. But no. I knew folks who turned. I've seen it happen. It's a slow, insidious descent into madness. Ain't but a shell left behind, sniffing around for its next meal like a canid.
Now we're going to find the people responsible.
Good. They deserve to die slow. Marauders are a problem. Finding out it's self-inflicted is... Ugh! Someone unleashed that evil on our colony. And at the end of all this, they ought to look that evil in the eye and account for it.
Judging by the state of Gorgon, they may already have.
Maybe. I suspect whatever happened wasn't enough. Someone's pet project died. Cry me a river. I said before that I was nervous about this mission, Captain. I ain't now. I'm driven. Let's go. Let's find out what happened.
Driven is a good thing to be. I like it.
Yes, you caught me ruminating again. Guilty as charged. What's occupying your thoughts?
Your thoughts on Gorgon, maybe?
I must say, our mysterious antagonist is quite rude. It goes against all wireless etiquette to not identify yourself when tossing around threats to life and limb.
Yeah, they obviously aren't too happy with us looking into Gorgon.
Under normal circumstances, I'd point the finger at Spacer's Choice, but they wouldn't hide in the shadows. They'd throw the full force of their security apparatus at us.
You sure? Maybe their security is as shoddy as their products.
Don't be deceived. UDL knows exactly what they're doing.
What does UDL have to do with this?
UDL created the Spacer's Choice Company to flood the market with cheap, substandard goods, and it gave them the capital to be the most powerful corporation on the board. Their profit-before-quality ethos has not only filled their pockets with bits, it also defines who they are and explains the disposable quality of life in Halcyon. I suppose you could say their incompetence is a design feature. The Marauders are just the natural end result of how little value they ascribe to any human life but their own.
Spacer's Choice disgusts me.
Well said.
Ellie?
Something on your mind? What's on your mind?
She just wants to talk about Lucky.
Sure. Something on your mind?
Alright, no thoughts from Ellie about anything but Lucky, I guess. Felix.
Good to see you, boss. You know, if you told me a corporation was responsible for making all the Marauders, I guess it was Spacer's Choice.
You've been a bit pensive ever since the OCI. Something on your mind?
I don't know what pensive means, but I've been thinking. That voice we heard, the ghost of Gorgon, I can't stop thinking about what they said. Whatever happened on Gorgon was no accident. Spacer's Choice made the Marauders.
I wouldn't put it past him. This is Spacer's Choice we're talking about.
That's what I've been thinking. Everything they make is built to fail. Starting to feel like Project Gorgon was too. Spacer's Choice made the Marauders. And then those Marauders ended up in every corner of Halcyon.
This is really bothering you.
Everybody knows somebody who got hurt by Marauders. Everybody knows some place they got hit by him. Let's just get to the bottom of this job.
We're gonna. First, we gotta make ourselves a detour. Sam probably doesn't have anything to say about this stuff.
Scanning for C2547. Grade rated contaminants.
Nah. Sam doesn't have opinions. Sam only cleans. I don't suppose there's anything news popped up on my computer. Nope. Nothing new on the computer. Huh, I would have thought Byzantium... I thought Byzantium was like a planet or on another planet. No, it's all on Terra 2. We got these other planets that are still locked. Eridanos, well, that's part of the DLC. Tartarus, I believe that's a prison. That's like their prison colony. Olympus. It's locked, but clearly we must be going there at some point. And Hephaestus. Hephaestus Mining Company. I don't think I've ever seen anyone from the Hephaestus Mining Company. Also, there's Typhon over there. There's some planets that are just we haven't gone to yet, but alright. To Byzantium we go.
Captain, transmission request from Ambrose Manor.
Oh, right, our client. I'm guessing Minnie wants an update. Patch her through.
Captain, imagine my surprise when I saw the Unreliable leaving Gorgon with so much urgency and purpose. Tell me you found Mother's journal. I'm positively dying for good news.
I found a lot of shady corporate intrigue.
Well, isn't that exciting? A lonely asteroid, an old research facility, and now shady corporate intrigue. And here I've just been doing the crossword. Any promising leads on Mother's journal? I've watched enough detective serials to know that a promising lead can get you anywhere.
Are you what do I say here? Not yet. Your mother's office has been sealed tight.
Too bad. But on the bright side, you've outdone my old freelancer. I don't think you made it very far at all. If I know Spacer's Choice, getting past the lockdown will be more complicated than just hitting a big red button. You'll need authorization, and layers of it.
Are you familiar with Gorgon's old research staff?
I seem to recall that Mother worked closely with Gorgon's R&D personnel, but not close enough to invite them over for dinner and cocktails, if you get my meaning. By now, they'll have moved on with their lives. If only I could do the same.
Did you know that Gorgon was developing adrenatime?
I knew Mother was involved with some important chemical trials, but I had no idea her pet project was adrenatime. Adrenatime is a working man's stimulant, like a caffeinoid. Very popular at launch, though the marketing quieted down over time.
Were you aware that adrenatime created Marauders?
What? No. I mean, there's some very morbid wording in the fine print, but I had no idea Adrenatime could make marauders out of people. That's it. That must be it. Spacer's Choice is keeping their dirty little secret about Adrenatime off the record. We have to find Mother's journal. If we don't, then Spacer's Choice gets away with murder. I only hope we aren't too late.
Why would Spacer's Choice risk everything for a stimulant?
Adrenatime was touted as the working man's best friend. A drug that boosted productivity with no adverse effects. The promise of Adrenatime cannot be overstated. Exhaustion and fatigue were supposed to be obsolete. Workplace accidents would be things of the past. For whatever reason, the drug never lived up to that promise.
Could one drug really do all of that?
I don't know. And thanks to Spacer's Choice, we may never find out. I know that I'd like to see a colony where the promise of Adrenatime was fulfilled. And I doubt I'm the only one.
Alright, I'm heading back out. You really know your business, Minnie.
Thank you. I certainly ought to know what I'm doing. I spent years trying to break into pharmaceuticals, professionally speaking. Mother wouldn't hear of it. She didn't think I had the wit to succeed in her line of work. Safe travels. If your leads give you any trouble, be sure and give them some trouble back, yes?
That's what I do. Ah, yep, indeed.
That's the spirit. Until next time, my good captain.
Alright, take us in for our landing. We're finally taking a visit to the capital. Ellie wanted to pay a visit to her folks, so of course we're going to bring her along. And we took Felix out to the other place last time. How about we roll with... Max or Parvati, perhaps? We'll take Max. Alright, this place already feels big.
So, Vicky. Can I call you Vicky?
Of course. You may address me however you wish.
Vicky, huh? Okay, Vicky it is. You're really gonna let me run with that, aren't you?
Why wouldn't I?
And this is why you check behind things. You'll find stuff behind. Level 20 bolter pistol? That's it? I should be finding better things, damn it. You.
Still tinkering with that?
It's not gonna fix itself.
Don't we have repair drones for that kind of thing?
This was a repair drone.
Oof, that'll do it.
That's what we really need.
Surprised nobody stopped me at the landing pad. Retirees.
When Once I'm retired, I'm going to drink all the zero G I can handle.
Nothing exciting ever happens around here.
Oh, that's gonna change now that I'm in town.
I'll keep it down.
Damn. Lockpicking's noisy.
Nothing exciting ever happens around here.
Well, I can't go that way. I guess there's nothing to do but go to the street.
Max, you're always going on about destiny. What did your mother do?
She was a simple laborer.
And your father?
The same.
And you ended up a preacher how?
Delusion. I could not accept a life that I felt was beneath me, so I convinced myself that becoming a vicar would solve all my problems. In a strange way, it did. Eventually.
Ah, here it is. Finally, a proper city. Civilization.
Why can't something exciting happen around here for once?
Nothing wrong with stability. It means everything's running like clockwork.
Don't you ever want a little fun? Maybe see a marauder ship get blown to bits overhead?
What a thing to say. Everyone knows marauders can't fly.
Move along.
Looking at my ship. Looking a little crusty and run down.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. Want to be famous?
Wine and Diner Cafe. Quarantine. Sprat sighted. What, a single sprat? Salon Club. Closed. Greater Halcyon Insurance Group. Not open to the general public. Right. The place looks big, but it's kind of crusty, and I'm seeing some cracks.
Anti-clam antibiotic.
What do you want?
Kid, you got presence. Natural magnetism. Know what I mean?
Whatever you're selling, I'm not buying.
There's those street smarts. Just the right amount of rough around the edges. Next time, we'll have you say that over the rim of a Trippistout. Product placement, baby. Listen, you got an agent? Some kind of representation?
I consider myself freelance.
Fresh, natural talent. I know it when I see it. Listen, you got a real special quality, raw energy. I see you in pictures, kid.
Just tell me what you're offering.
I'm making a feature, Space Pirates of Moros Prime. It's gonna be a hit. But we still need a star. And I think you got the chops.
Well, I have been told I have a face made for an aetherwave drama.
And pipes to match. Maybe we can get you reading some of our ad segments. So what do you say? You ready for the chance of a lifetime?
Well, I didn't come here to get involved in movies, but fuck it, I'm in.
Terrific. We're holding auditions at the studio. Head to Odeon Pictures and take the elevator. You're going all the way to the top, baby.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Sounds interesting. Parcel delivery. Closed for R&R, repairs and renovations.
According to local legend, if you walk around the orrery 3 times, your corporate rival will die of a paper cut.
All these stores are closed.
C&P Borston Baked Beans. When you need to eat and run, Borston Baked Beans
The
is
dissidents
the only
actually
one.
took over the refinery. I can't believe it.
And then the chairman shot their space shuttle down with a Hammersmith grenade launcher. Incredible.
Are you two talking about the new Byzantium adaptation? Don't spoil
Ah, finally a store that's open.
Looking for weapons? You've come to the right place. Every Byzantine needs high-quality armaments, and you won't find better anywhere else.
What do people around here need weapons for?
Why, to defend their property, of course.
50-Bit says he's got a hard on right now.
Byzantium is the best of what Halcyon has to offer. It's up to us to protect it.
Protect it from what?
Marauders, dissidents, especially large sprats. One never knows what threat might arise.
Smart man.
One can never be too well armed. Who knows when the hordes may hurl themselves at our gates?
Let me see what you got. Anything I'm interested in? Not from what I'm seeing. Oh, rifle. Only level 24 though. Level 18 pistol. Kind of disappointing. Nothing I want. Nothing good. Nothing better than what I already have.
Spacer's choice. It's not the best choice, it's the Spacer's choice.
Well, no need to go straight to where we need to go. Let's explore. Wander around, get a lay of the place.
Have you tried our new cocktail sponsored by Rizzo's? 1 part purple spectrum vodka, 1 part artificial tomato-like substitute juice. We call it a Blue Bloody Mary.
I could use a drink.
Then you'll want to speak with our automechanical inebriation assistant, located just over there.
Aren't you the bartender?
Quite so, but I would never lower myself to do something as gauche as tending bar. My automechanical assistant does all the work for me.
Wow. You might be the worst bartender I've ever met. You are a disgrace to the noble art of bartending.
Oh, by all means, ask away.
What's it like working in Byzantium?
I don't believe in work. Work is for automechanicals and lower classes.
So how does anything get done around here?
By automechanicals, of course. Byzantium's fleet of mechanical servitors are programmed to simulate a labor force, but without all the unsightly workers milling about. We all have our roles in society. I like to think of myself as an entrepreneur. This drinking establishment is my investment.
Pick up any interesting rumors?
Do you know Celeste Jolliker? I've heard she's working on some spectacular new design.
Please allow me to improve your drinking experience with fine cocktails and pre-approved banter.
Pre-approved banter? How could I resist?
Request confirmed. Banter protocol activated. Welcome, attractive patron, to Billingsley's House of Inebriation. Did you know that I am a priceless heirloom, custom built for the Billingsley family? Please remember to thank Mr. Billingsley for allowing you to bask in my presence.
I'll bear that in mind. There's just a room back here. For privacy, I guess. The symposium closed. This place can't be doing that great if all the shops are closed.
It's an orrery, and you say that every time.
It's strange, though. I thought Byzantium was the center of Halcyon.
That's a figure of speech.
I know that.
Jolicoeur's haberdashery.
You, with the hips. Over here. Let me take a closer look at you.
You talking to Ellie? She's the one with the hips.
Don't speak. Hold that posture for a moment while I admire you. You have a natural contrapposto, my dear.
I'm sorry, what?
The way you rest your weight against your hip suggests a certain rugged charisma possessed only by the mighty primal and the well-traveled spacer. Splendid. I love it.
Well, her ability to flirt is through the roof. Yeah, that's me. Rugged and well-traveled.
Ah, Celeste, you've done it again. I knew from the moment I laid eyes on you that I'd found my muse. I'm Celeste Jolicoeur, and you, my dear, are exactly what Byzantium needs.
You'll regret saying that. It's like you read my mind.
Darling, you and that brutish swagger of yours have been on my mind the moment you stepped into my studio. I'm working on a new line of clothing that will shock this city to its core, and I'd like your help. What do you say, my dear? Care to make history with me?
You've got a pretty high opinion of someone you just met.
Everything I need to know can be deduced from a first impression. You're an outsider. You're exotic. You carry a whiff of barbarism and adventure. You're the embodiment of everything I want in my new line.
What do you have in mind?
When I look at you, I see the very embodiment of everything the walls of Byzantium were built to keep out. Making an outfit worthy of you won't be easy. I'll need your help gathering the right materials.
All right. I am intrigued, and your compliments have won me over. Do tell.
Marvelous! You and I are gonna wake this city up like a cold splash of wine to the face. What I need is a survey of the outside world. What does the common laborer wear? How do the wild-eyed madmen of Monarch dress themselves? I've heard rumors, but I require samples. Also, I expect you to model for me.
Any excuse to admire my looks, huh? Can't blame you.
Oh, you cad! You'll be the talk of Byzantium once I'm done with you. I'll need you to model for me the following: the apparel of an iconoclast, the armor of a marauder, and a full ensemble of spacer gear, helmet included. And when I say spacer gear, I mean an outfit worn by real spacers, none of that garbage spacer's choice pedals. You have the bearing and demeanor of a born model. You're going to absolutely murder this job.
I'll see what I can do.
Fabulous! I can't wait to see what you dredge up.
Oh, right, we did need Parvati here. We were supposed to come here to get her an outfit. Or am I supposed to... Okay, I have to remember to bring her back. Where am I supposed to find spacer gear?
If I were an enterprising spacer in need of a wardrobe, I'd probably head to the Groundbreaker.
That makes sense. Let me see what you have. Various glasses. These ones provide hack bonus. I already got a suit of my own. Colony ship uniform. Well, I'm gonna have to go to some places and grab some clothes, but that'll have to happen later. Ooh. Oh, damn, I like it. I think it's the same, I think it's the same color as my eye patch. We got a new wardrobe. It's even slightly more protective. Nice. All right, now I'm styling.
I love Byzantium. Real for you.
All right, we'll get Parvati and bring her over there later.
What's gone into Bachmeyer?
Now that he's posted at the HHC, he's too good for the rest of us grunts.
Maybe we lose some of his gear in the sewers. That'll take him down a bit.
Yeah, seems like the sun's setting.
Wretched contraption does nothing in this city work anymore.
I see containers.
Citizens, today marks a monumentous occasion in the course of Halcyon history. After a deep and thorough examination of our budgets, revenue streams, and predictive models, we are publishing our yearly success report. Profits are soaring, promotions abound. Thanks to your continued hard work, Halcyon is healthier and more productive than ever.
Bullshit.
In the coming months, Byzantium will be sure to see the many rewards reaped from your diligent labor. Once we nail down the details, I can't wait to share what's in store. For now, my friends, keep up the hard work.
What's that down there? Yep, just a rifle and some stuff. Nothing too fancy. That's gotta be where the board hangs out.
Sure, they look fancy, but inside, they're just marble and existential emptiness.
Is that a locked door? Byzantium estate key. Okay, that's something else. Let's focus on the one thing that I do got going on. Our Gorgon lead.
You must be joking. Oh, there. That's one right there. Can't you just see the stench of impropriety radiating off of him?
For the last time, access to Byzantium is impossible without a proper nav key. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to be somewhere else. Anywhere else.
Hello.
How splendid. Another rung leech wandering through the streets of Byzantium. Why, just this morning I thought to myself, as lovely as the gardens are, what they really need is more greasy vagrants frolicking through them. And here you are, frolicking.
I do love a good frolic. Alas, my dexterity isn't that good. Frolicking? Guys, do I frolic?
I must be honest with you, Captain. Yes.
Well, whatever you call it, do it elsewhere, and take your merry band with you. Honestly, what is the board thinking letting so many of your ilk into the city proper? It's madness.
If the board isn't supposed to let people into the city, how'd you get here?
I earned my place here, just like everyone else. My grandfather was the CIO at Tile, you see.
But what did you do to earn your place?
I just told you. My grandfather made millions of bits as CIO, and I earned them from him.
What's a CIO?
Chief Idea Officer. He came up with all the best ideas for their products. You know the font they use for Stogie Slims? That was him. Well, he described the idea of it to their font development team, then picked it from a list of choices, but that's basically the same thing. It was a very long list.
What other ideas did he come up with?
Let's see. He picked the colors they included in rainbow chips. No one else wanted purple, but he insisted. Everyone loves the purple ones. And you know how the Cosmic Smokes logo has an eye in the middle of a heptagon? He said that one came to him in a dream. He was a true visionary, so far ahead of his time.
I see.
You're welcome. Now, do we have any further business, or are you just here for the repartee?
What's wrong with more people coming to Byzantium?
What's wrong? It erodes the very pillars of our society. Merit, decorum, personal hygiene. This city is meant for us, the system's finest. We earned its luxuries. But now we are overrun with the unworthy and the ungrateful, and this early retirement nonsense is making it even worse.
What's early retirement?
The worst thing to happen to Halcyon. A contest that gives even the lowliest to most inefficient workers a chance to live in Byzantium. By simply winning a lottery, those early retirees get an exclusive district of Byzantium to themselves. No one else is even allowed to go there. Tell me, how is that fair?
Well, most contests have some inherent biases, so technically...
Oh, by the law. I mean the principle of it, not the mechanics. It's not right. I deserve to see any district I please. Why, if it weren't guarded, I'd... You know, you look like you've been shot at before. What say I hire you to investigate this travesty, and you get paid to do so?
Oh, we get paid this time. I like this plan.
Me too.
Yes. Listen to your... What is that person's job exactly? Are they your secretary? Personal masseuse? Or do you just keep them around as a mobile armrest? Well, it doesn't matter. What's important is that you think this is a fabulous arrangement, and you'd be thrilled to lend me your services. Aren't you?
Well, I wouldn't call it a fabulous anything, and I am not particularly thrilled, but you offered me money. Sure, I'll look into it.
Fantastic. Consider yourself employed, Vagrant. I hear the chosen retirees all enter the retirement district via the port landing pad, but it's completely locked down. You'd never get in that way. Unless, of course, you had a wealthy, beautiful benefactor of impeccable social pedigree, which you do. How fortunate for you. These codes will get you past the lockdown. Oh, and don't worry about subtlety. I don't care how you deal with security, just correct this injustice at all costs.
How did you get those access codes?
The same way anyone gets anything here, of course. I made friends with the right people. Bits might earn you a place in Byzantium, but that means everyone here has little need for more of them. For favors like this, you need to spend... let's call it social capital.
Makes sense. So they got their own... So anyone can win a lottery and end up in their own district, but it's completely locked down. Yeah, something tells me it's not gonna be good. First, we investigate the Musgraves.
Welcome to the Musgrave Family Collection. Still a work in progress. If you're here for the annual Canid review, I'm afraid it's already over. Only thing going on behind those doors is good, old-fashioned lawful behavior. This greeting constitutes your confidentiality agreement. You hereby agree not to disclose the location or existence of these events. Thank you for cooperating.
Canid review? I don't know anything about a Canid review.
Exactly. You do catch on fast. Now then, how can I help you?
What's with all the secrecy? This place isn't exactly hard to find.
We find that our clients enjoy the appearance of participating in illegal activities. Secrecy contributes to a feeling of indecency.
This kind of thing's pretty common. Bijou's used to do a prison-themed night. Served fish sticks with tartarus sauce.
Oh yeah. Prison-themed night was the best. Plus, they gave away limited edition designer handcuffs. The Musgrave family collection was intended to be a gallery of fine art. And here we are, using this place to practice semi-legal canid shows. Scandalous, isn't it?
You said this place was supposed to be an art gallery. What happened?
That's privileged information. I really shouldn't tell you.
Well, now I really want to know. I thought you were into breaking the rules.
That's a fair point. All right, I'll tell you. But just keep this between us. The Musgraves own one of Earth's largest private collections of art and literature. They were going to have the entire collection shipped all the way to Halcyon. Unfortunately, that collection never arrived. We haven't heard anything from the delivery convoy, and there's some purely hypothetical concern that the collection might be, well...
stolen?
I was going to say indefinitely delayed by unforeseen and unknowable circumstances, but yes. Let's go with that. Anyway, that's as much as I can tell you. Will there be anything else?
Well, there is my business. I'm looking for Clarence Mosley.
Mr. Mosley is indeed attending our event, although I am disappointed to discover he did not officially enter his canid Laplace into our competition. You should find Mr. Mosley just inside the prep room. Head inside and take the door to your left.
Excuse me? Boom. I am now a virtuoso of the persuasion ability. I can persuade anybody. Sweet. Another perk. What am I gonna do with this one? Melee damage returns health. I'm thinking either confidence or revenge. 20% more damage when you're affected by harmful combat effects, or the next attack after killing an enemy is a guaranteed critical hit. I think I'll go with confidence. Alright, we can give Ellie something. Let's improve their armor ratings. Make them a little sturdier. They could use the little extra sturdiness.
Just between the two of us, I hope this doesn't become a tradition.
Not looking forward to the next annual Canid review?
Not looking forward to the canids. Odious things. I don't know why we let them prance around the city.
How long did you say Musgrave was gone? I didn't. Frankly, I don't know. Couple of years? More? He said he was off on some type of beautification treatment, which I can only assume is a euphemism.
I don't want to know what that's a euphemism for. What do we got here? Anubis, Spoticus, Joan of Bark. Terrible. Nanners. Timothy. Little Waldo. So what, they just let the Canids just walk around the center of the room? That's it?
It seems people who've never known struggle will use any means necessary to evoke the thrill of uncertainty, no matter how banal.
Come now, Anubis, you must perk up. I don't suppose you've any formal training in Canid husbandry. I really am at my wit's end. It's my little Anubis, you see. He's listless and miserable. I simply don't know what to do about his condition.
You named your Canid Anubis?
Oh, naturally. All our Canids are named after the legends of the old pharaohs. Family tradition, you see. You must understand, Anubis is a very picky eater. He dines exclusively on Terra 2 Saltuna, none of that rubbish from Monarch. Unfortunately, we've had a bit of a shortage lately. He's so miserable without his Saltuna.
Look at the poor guy. He's tired of Saltuna. Give him a proper treat. Well, hold on, let's go through. Your family's interested in Egyptian mythology? Egyptian mythology is pretty fun stuff.
Oh, absolutely. Egyptology is a family tradition. Did you know that the old pharaohs were buried in a monument along with all their belongings?
I knew this.
The tradition was maintained for millennia, from Khufu all the way to Rockefeller.
Something about that sounds wrong.
Really? I can't imagine why. All our sources come from board-certified academics.
Anyway, yeah, he's tired of Saltuna. Give him a proper treat.
Yes, I suppose you're right. I doubt all this excitement is doing any favors to his digestive system. I suppose I have been spoiling him with Saltuna. He could use a change of palate. Oh, I do have some limited edition Rizzo's CCN 76 chocolate bars.
No, are you out of your mind? No chocolate.
Really? I had no idea. I suppose I'll just treat him to some Spectrum Violet then. You've been a world of help. I'll leave a good word on your permanent record.
Then again, it's like a dog, but it's like an alien dog? Do they have the same issue with chocolate that normal Earth dogs have? Okay, Clarence is up that way. And we'll see what's over there. I want to go. Let's go talk to this guy.
Oh, just hear me out. It's a brilliant idea.
Is this about Canid hunting? We've been over this before. It's a terrible idea.
Canid hunting is the natural evolution of Canid shows. No one's going to miss a few backwater laborers anyway.
Not now, please. I'm a little too busy, you know, being the master of ceremonies.
There he is. I don't know why I'm doing a save here, but might as well. Hello there.
Do you know the interesting thing about Canid shows?
No, but I have a feeling you're about to tell me anyway.
Good instincts. Mathematically speaking, the interesting thing about Canid shows is this. They're an exercise in futility. Winning is predetermined. Over time, the inevitable trend is that the race goes to the swift. Time and chance are just statistical outliers. In other words, If you put enough canids through enough trials, the one with the most optimal attributes generally wins. Exercise in futility.
You must be popular at parties.
Oh, goodness, no. Not at all. I'm an actuary, you see. Well, not entirely. The actuarial sciences are more of a passion than a profession. So I suppose that makes me mostly an actuary. That's a bit of a family joke. I'm Clarence Mostly.
That name sounds familiar. Mostly Fine Furniture Company, right?
Yes, that's us. Mostly oak trees, too. My grandfather invented them, you know. Well, no, he didn't invent mostly oaks, but he did purchase the naming rights back during the terraforming days. It's essentially the same thing.
I've been looking for you. You're the last known staff member of Project Gorgon.
Oh. Then you're not here about my monograph. It's true, I was involved with Project Gorgon, but that chapter of my life is long since closed. Listen, I don't know what you want with Gorgon or with me, but let me give you some free advice, Let the past go. Live in the moment. Enjoy the party.
You're a bit late. Some mysterious figure already sent me cryptic warnings.
Let me hazard a guess. You didn't listen then, and you're not about to listen now.
Smart man. Right on the money.
Then I don't see the point in wasting a well-calculated argument on the virtues of self-preservation.
Well, that's very good for how much time you waste. Or don't waste. I need to lift the lockdown on the manufactory. Can you show me how?
Lifting the lockdown won't be easy. You'll need to send overrides from the chem lab and human inquiry. I don't have that level of clearance, but I know 2 people who do. The trouble is, I don't know you. I don't trust you. I washed my hands of Gorgon, and you're asking me to dirty them all over again. I'm going to need a good reason.
How's this for a reason? I'm really heavily armed. Nah. Not this time. Project Gorgon created the Marauders. I don't want to make it sound like I'm accusing him. He wasn't directly, he was part of it, but something horrible happened there, and I'm trying to uncover the truth.
I advise against trying to dig up what's been buried. Sooner or later, you're going to draw up something rotten. I want a favor from you. Do something for me, and I'll do something for you. That way, we don't have to rely on mutual trust. The grand prize trophy to the Canid Review. I want it in my hands. Get me that trophy, and I'll give you the remaining researchers. Names, locations, as much information as I have.
What's so important about a trophy?
My Canid, Laplace, is statistically superior to every other Canid in this review. Better average sprinting time, superior gait coefficient, optimal anatomical symmetry. I didn't bother entering little Laplace in this pointless contest. He's already won on paper, you see. That trophy rightfully belongs to him.
What? That might be the most Byzantium thing I've ever heard.
Oh, you're much too kind. Does this mean you'll do it?
I'll be back with the trophy.
Head into the main hall and take the elevator down into the maintenance tunnels. You'll find a service passage that leads up into the trophy room. The maintenance tunnel is the only way up into the trophy room. Some technician barred the door shut on our end. Ask Tilda Coatsworth about it, over by the podium.
I know what I'm doing.
Oh, you're quite welcome. I look forward to observing your results.
I'm sure you are.
Welcome. This unit has been programmed to provide a selection of marginally subversive repartee.
My favorite kind of repartee. Let's hear it.
Now loading banter protocol. Indecency ratio set to 15%. Did you know that canid reviews in the premises of Byzantium are a violation of board protocol and may result in a fine of up to 400 bits? How subversive.
Oh, 50% is way too low. Let's set that indecency ratio to maximum.
Indecency ratio set to maximum. Now loading banter protocol. Byzantium's glory days are over. Bits cannot purchase happiness. All pleasure is fleeting. No amount of inebriation will dull the pain of on.
Okay, that's a little too high.
This unit's banter protocol has exceeded its maximum allowance of subversive language. Memory wipe initiated. This unit's banter protocol has been erased. Would you like to purchase a drink?
Yeah, we might want to turn that down like 40%. Maximum is a little too much. Hello there.
This is a private party. No solicitors. No vagabonds. No freelancers.
Too bad, I'm here. Deal with
If
it.
you're here to offer your services as an entertainer, we're not interested.
I was actually here about the Canid review.
Unfortunately, you're too late. The review ended a few days ago. We've submitted our results to the Judiciary Committee and await arbitration. In 8 to 10 short weeks, we'll have the name of a winner. Probably. That gives us 8 to 10 weeks to file a maintenance request. Our technician barred the vault door and then disappeared without a trace. Can you believe that?
Unbelievable. Whatever happened to competent help?
Now you're speaking my language. The Musgrave Vault contracted a security consultant from UDL. They sent a technician to install a few security upgrades, anti-dissident auto-mechanicals and the like. That technician barred the vault, but neglected to leave us with a way in from here. He wasn't seen leaving the security room, so I can't imagine where he's gone off to.
Did he lock himself in? We're gonna find out the guy locked himself into the vault, aren't we? Wasn't there another way into the trophy room? What about the maintenance tunnels?
The tunnels are guarded by auto-mechanical security. I don't look nearly boorish enough to resemble a UDL guard, so they'd probably shoot me on sight. In any case, I'd rather not step foot in the tunnels. The tunnels are for disposing of unwanted refuse, and no place for a respectable Byzantine.
I can find a way into the vault for you. You won't have to dirty your hands.
Your eagerness to serve your betters is commendable. Here's a key card. It should help you get around inside the tunnels. Now, was there anything else? I'd like to get back to mastering over the ceremonies, or people might question why I have this role at all.
I'll be on my way.
It's not canid hunting I object to, it's the impropriety.
Since when do
Do. All right, guns up.
Handled beautifully.
I hear automechanicals, but I do not see automechanicals.
Oh,
Down they go.
Yep. Is that the vault itself? Oh, wait a minute, there was another... The door was right next to the first door I opened. I think? Okay. There it is. Oh, here's a technician. Alright, he didn't lock himself into the vault, he just got himself killed. Completed scheduled annual sanitation and repair, Musgrave family vault. Applied kindapine scented floor wax. Praised area in accordance with Byzantium aesthetic protocol or standards. See HHC Board Aesthetic and Interior Regulations Section 33F. Relocated garbage. Installed anti-dissident automechanicals in order to ensure moral and civil hygiene. Or a note, tampering with, altering, or otherwise disabling moral hygiene automechanicals is strictly prohibited. 5. Delivered complimentary mint. What's with this hole in the wall? Hold on, before I... Oh, there's just busted out holes in the wall with stuff in them.
That's beyond cruel, even here.
Ugh. These dead canids show signs of domestication and extensive grooming. Was the maintenance guy doing this? I'm guessing this was his little supply closet. Wait a minute. What did that pad say? Disabled moral hygiene. Installation log. So this probably wasn't handwritten. This was probably automatically updated as he did his tasks, and then he disabled that. Okay, nah, I think I get it. He was the one doing, like, cutting up canids down here. And he couldn't do that with the automechanicals with their hygiene protocols, so he disabled it. I get it. I get it. At least I think that's what that is. Wait, what did that say above the door? Runners up. Well, I could be wrong. Just a bunch of mods lying around. $150 lock. It's like we're doing a little heist.
You know, stealing from these assholes is its own reward.
Just gonna casually carry this conspicuous golden statue, carry it, past the person here?
You'd only be letting them into Byzantium temporarily. Chase them around?
It's the principle of the matter. Everything belongs in its appropriate place, and laborers do not belong in Byzantium.
I just think you're being rather narrow-minded. A common laborer might enjoy the chance to see Byzantium. Granted, they'd be seeing Byzantium while running for their lives with canids at their heels.
Bring the idea up in committee. If you're
These
so
people are off the tits.
Never cared much for hors d'oeuvres. The word is just grotesque. All those superfluous letters ruin my appetite.
I don't even know what that means. I found dead canids in the service tunnels. You know anything about that?
Dead canids in the service tunnels. Domesticated canids? Why, that's utterly revolting.
I'm pretty sure they were domesticated.
Frankly, it doesn't matter to me if they were domesticated or feral. Feral canids are like the unemployed. Their existence implies the need for a loving master. Every canid, regardless of their physical attributes, is a companion to their master. To kill a companion is a profound and unforgivable breach of trust. I'm glad I chose not to participate in this loathsome canid review. I will, however, take their trophy.
So I found this eye.
My eye! I was wondering where I'd misplaced that old thing. It's perfectly preserved, you know. Every eye possesses unique dimensions, not unlike a fingerprint. The circumference, the shape, the color of the iris. An eye makes excellent proof of identification, assuming you don't mind removing one.
How'd you lose it?
I'd rather not get into the details. If Spacer's Choice ever asks you to test out their new model of monocle, just say no.
Thanks for the advice. Anyway, take it back. I don't want this thing in my pocket.
Well, that's rather responsible of you. I'll put a good word in your permanent record. What's on your mind?
Board reputation up, I guess. Anyway, I got your trophy.
My trophy! Look at this thing. Have you ever seen a more garish monument to the boredom of the elite? If only Grandfather Mostly were alive today, I would have loved to wave this trophy right in front of his cataracts. I hope you won't take it personally when I say I had my doubts about you. Nothing ever gets done in Byzantium, you see. Competent work is, well, a statistical anomaly.
You kept my end of the bargain. I expect you to keep yours.
Lifting the emergency lockdown requires overrides from the Chem Lab and Human Inquiry.
We knew that.
Access to those facilities requires authorizations from 2 senior-level researchers.
We knew that too. Get to the point.
Marion Blakesley, Jasper Lowe. They went into hiding after the project collapsed, but I've managed to calculate their last known whereabouts within a reasonable margin of error.
You use statistical analysis to figure out their location? Show me your math.
I see you're familiar with my technique. I'd love to show you my numbers, but there aren't nearly enough napkins in this room.
I'm bullshitting.
After
I don't
the
know
project
math.
shut down, I had to keep my mind occupied. I worked on my actuarial tables, calculated the average lifespan of a Spacer's Choice worker, that sort of thing.
That average must be pretty low.
I realized some of the researchers had to be alive. I ran some numbers, did a little research, and concluded that the 2 most likely survivors are Marion Blakesley and Jasper Lowe.
You haven't been able to let go of Project Gorgon either.
Nonsense. I just needed a good old-fashioned statistical problem to busy my mind. Keeps the faculties lubricated.
You talk about leaving the past behind, but you still feel responsible.
Let me stop you there. I don't accept anything for free. And if you're going to analyze me, I'd have to go through the trouble of hiring you on contract. Think what you will of my intentions, my calculations are sound. You'll find Marion Blakesley and Jasper Lowe at the enclosed locations.
So they're the only 2 left?
As far as I know, Jasper Lowe and Marion Blakesley are the only 2 surviving researchers with high-level clearance. If you want to lift the lockdown on the manufactory, you'll need to send an override from the Chem Lab and Human Inquiry. I'm afraid it's the only way.
I need 2 different overrides to lift one lockdown? Why is nothing in this colony ever simple?
I know it feels like you're being led on. What is that colorful metaphor commoners use? A wild sprat chase? Remember, this is Spacer's Choice we're talking about. Their security protocols are just as inefficient and frustrating as their manufacturing.
I believe that. I got some questions about the researchers.
I'll tell you what I can.
What do I need to know about Marion?
Dr. Marion Blakesley supervised the Human Inquiry and Auditing Facility. Live subjects, measuring tape and syringes, that sort of thing. Someone sabotaged the facility. Blakesley tendered her resignation and vanished. I'm reasonably certain she's hiding in a maintenance bay on Groundbreaker.
Are you sure it was sabotage?
Well, with Spacer's Choice equipment, who even knows?
True.
Dr. Blakesley tendered her resignation lawfully, but under suspicious circumstances. If you want to know more, you'd best ask her yourself.
What about this Jasper guy?
Dr. Lowe described himself as a dazzling genius in his review. I disagreed. Of the 19 criteria that constitute the rubric of genius, Dr. Lowe only met 15. After the project shut down, corporate traded him off to Anti-Cleo in exchange for 5 lab coats. He's been transferred to an orbital lab around Olympus.
For 5 actual lab coats, or were the people wearing lab coats? Wow, those must be some fancy lab coats.
No, Captain. Lab coats, as in scientists.
That's what I
Is your
thought.
captain always this dense? How are you all still alive?
I live for risk.
Let's get back on topic. You'll find Dr. Lowe in an orbital lab around Olympus.
Yeah, you didn't need to say it a second time. Alright, that's all. Before I go, there was one other thing.
Certainly. What's on your mind?
Actually, no, we already said these things. Yeah, we're done. Thank you for your time. I'm out. Hello.
I've got a lot on my mind right now. Our trophy's gone missing, but I can't file an investigation because what we're doing here is technically illegal.
Found dead canids down in the tunnels. Explain.
Oh, don't look so cross. Those canids were put down mercifully. Not every canid is suited to the intense competition of our review. Some few canids display flaws that cannot be redeemed. A limp. Walleye. Poor coloration.
What's walleye? So you kill them.
Mercifully. Anyway, listen. Nature is red in tooth and claw, and so are we. Competition is practically a law of the universe. I shouldn't have to explain this to you.
Could you give me a minute? I got the strangest urge to load my gun.
Go and attend to your business then. Arguing with you is a waste of time.
Terrible place. Whoa, what? Ugh. What is that? I guess that's coming from the light. Ugh. Well, we got our information. Alright, well, while we're here, we may as well get plenty of other stuff done. Password Hortense gave you to access the terminal. Investigate the board's early retirement program. You know what? I'm particularly curious about that one. We're gonna look into this.
So, you threw off the constraints of proper society and abandoned a life of luxury to live as an outlaw.
You finally get me, Vicar.
I not only get you, I applaud you. Not many would have had the courage to turn their back on luxury. Not to speak of the pressure you must have been under to fulfill the role you've been assigned. Any regrets? Thoughts of not belonging, of not being where you're supposed to be?
I'm always where I'm supposed to be. Here and now.
Bravo. I couldn't have put it better myself.
Ah, they're getting along so well. Anyway, hold on a moment. I'm gonna mute real quick.
Auntie Cleo's pipe patch. All of the benefits of smoking a real pipe, none of the messy cleanup.
And now I am unmuted. Ugh, but I might need to go pick up another drink. I am now out.
Down there, the new ship. It doesn't look like any of the corporate freighters.
That's my ship.
But what would they be doing here? And how did they ever get permission to land?
Perhaps we'll finally get some excitement after all.
Yeah, you'll wish you hadn't said that. You know what? This elevator ride was particularly long. I'm gonna use this to get a drink. Oh, the elevator's down. I haven't opened the bottle yet. Yeah. Here. Let me get all comfortable. Alright. There we go.
That's the last of them.
Finally. Is it just me, or are we getting more and more retired recently?
Not just you. Felt like a damn factory worker these last few months. Oh well. Nothing a few drinks won't cure. Come on, let's go hit up Bijou's.
Can't. They're closed. Someone saw a sprat in there.
Bijou's too? Damn. What's this city coming to?
I'll just... Yeah, there were loads of people here when we landed. Oh, come on, you blocked the guard. That motherfucker just walked through the doors. You see that? Okay, no, they walked up to the door and then disintegrated. Alright. I thought I saw them just go straight through the door. Exits this area is restricted. Of course it is. Unseal the door. Whatever we find...
to the Halcyon Holdings Corporation Early Retirement Center. You, the lucky few, have been selected to spend the rest of your days living the high life in your own private district in Byzantium. When you arrive, you'll be whisked away to your very own luxury penthouse, furnished exclusively by 24/7 Furniture's deluxe Falskowood collection. Some assembly required. 24/7 Furniture is not responsible for any injury, psychological damage, or divorce litigations that occur during the assembly process. After you get settled in, you'll have the chance to explore your new home. Why not go for a bite at one of our many restaurants, like CNP's Blazing Borscht Barbecue or Rizzo's All-You-Can-Crunch Cereal Buffet? Or maybe you'd like to head to the bar and enjoy.
You're just gonna keep going, huh? I wanted to check out these things.
Spacer's Choice. Zero G Brew, an ale that's good for what ails you. Although in the early retirement district, nothing will.
Alright, they're just gonna keep going. I'm gonna read these. Early retirement fun fact number 1. You're special. Each month, hundreds of thousands of workers apply to the early retirement program from across the Halcyon system. That doesn't just include workers on Terra 2, but those who live on the Groundbreaker or Hephaestus as well. Even after weeding out undesirable or unqualified candidates, only 2.3% of those entrants are selected for early retirement. I sure hope you bragged to your neighbors before you left. Way to overcome the odds, champ.
All this and more will be complimentary for the entirety of your stay, courtesy of the Halcyon Holdings Corporation. You won't have to spend a bit.
The intercom just keeps fucking going, jeez. Wait, that's fact number 3. We're going in order.
Grab a refreshment from one of our vending machines.
Fun fact number 2. Did you know the early retirement selection system is the most rigorous, cutting-edge lottery system in the entire galaxy? Here's how it works. Each candidate's name is printed on a plastic ball. The plastic ball is placed in an advanced turbo encabulator. There's a word. With thousands of others. Oh, excuse me. I'm feeling that shows a bad choice of drink, making me. A team of advanced automechanicals operate a complex series of pulleys at random. The balls are funneled through the turbo encabulator into an inserositor tube. Hold on, is that even a real word? Hang on a minute, I need to do me a research. Inserositor? An inserositor is a fictional multifunctional device that first appeared in the 1949 story The Alien Machine, which became the beginning 4 chapters of the 1952 novel This Island Earth, which in turn was made into the 1955 science fiction film The Island Earth. The device arrives in kit form as an intelligence test for scientists who might prove helpful to an alien race. Okay, it's a made-up word for a book that I've never heard of. Okay, then. They are then launched at a specifically designed accuracy matrix. The first ball that aligns with the center of the accuracy matrix is the winner for the day. By using this method, the Halcyon Holdings Corporation ensures that all early retirees are selected with complete impartiality and minimal collateral damage. Where's the fun in minimal collateral damage?
And enjoy our specially constructed welcome center.
Fun fact number 3. We're sure that all of you had a wonderful time completing your early retirement application forms, but we know that even something like paperwork can get a little old after 87 pages. Fortunately, we're pleased to inform you that your hard work was all worth it. By knowing details like your shoe size, blood type, and dental history, we can properly customize your early retirement plan just for you. Every detail will be tweaked and adjusted to fit your unique needs, just like how Hammersmith weapons are built to fit each customer's personal style of combat. What you want, Hammersmith. Okay, this is starting to get a little creepy.
While you're here, be sure to check out the displays for some fun facts about the early retirement
I'm doing that right now.
Selection process.
Fun fact number 4. The Early Retirement Center is the safest place in the entire system. Not a single crime has been committed within its walls since its construction. Wow. This is all thanks to the hard work of the men and women in black and white, Universal Defense Logistics. Each and every day, UDL security protects the citizens of Byzantium, shielding them from harm. No dissidents run wild under their watch. So rest easy, early retirees. You're under the watchful eye of UDL security. Whether you're out and about or relaxing at home, UDL is watching you.
Then, once you're ready, enter the elevator at the end of the hall and leave your troubles behind.
Okay, it sounds like the intercom might be done. Here in Byzantium, automechanicals will make your life cleaner, easier, and more efficient, just as they do in the rest of the city. Teams of automechanicals regularly sweep through the streets of the early retirement district to give it that classic Byzantium sheen. But that's not all. They attend to your personal needs as well. Want to order a drink? They'll bring one right to your table. Make a mess in your new penthouse? They'll clean it up for you. Why, they'll even carry your luggage once it has been cleared by security and released from our customs warehouse, of course. So if you see 700 pounds of steel lumbering towards you, don't panic. You probably just dropped one of your Happy Dale Farms woolly curds. Whoops, don't worry. I'm sure it's still good.
Today is the first day
it's still going.
of the rest of your life.
And the final fact. The early retirement program is the personal brainchild of Minister of Earth Aloysius Clark, endorsed by Chairman Charles Rockwell. So the board, the chairman are behind this. Well, the minister specifically. Minister Clark and Chairman Rockwell share a vision that every worker in Halcyon has a fair chance to experience the beauty and luxury of Byzantium. So before you step onto the elevator and embrace your retirement, remember to say, thank you, Minister Clark. You wouldn't be here without him.
Today is the first day of your early retirement. Congratulations. Welcome to the Halcyon Holdings Corporation Early Retirement Center. You, the lucky few.
It's like on repeat. It's on repeat. Hold on a second.
When you arrive, you'll be whisked away.
Okay, I can't open. I have to do this. Before you begin your new life in Byzantium, our safety regulations require you to consent to the following. You, hereinafter referred to as the employee, consent to the rules and regulations of the Halcyon Holdings Corporation Early Retirement Center, hereinafter referred to as the Center. The employee confirms that they have read and understand the rules of the Center, as written in Article 3, Section 5, Clause 27 of the Early Retirement Welcome Packet. The employee also confirms that they received this packet en route to the Center. In the unlikely event of injury, death, or loss of personal items, the employee assumes all liability for the incident. The Halcyon Holdings Corporation and its subsidiaries bear no responsibility for the incident and offer no compensation. Should the center recover any lost or stolen goods, the employee must retrieve them within 48 hours or their goods will be forfeit. If the employee is having second thoughts about living out the rest of their lives in unparalleled luxury, then they may exit this terminal and return to the center's landing bay. There, the employee may turn in their winning early retirement ticket and await the next outbound transport. Don't worry, that ticket won't go to waste. It will be given to another deserving worker to keep the center's inbound population at ideal levels. Otherwise, if the employee is ready to begin the final leg of their early retirement journey and enjoy all the center has to offer, please select I consent. Congratulations, you just made the first step on the greatest journey of your life. Now please proceed to the elevator. Your early retirement awaits.
Some assembly required. 24/7 furniture is not responsible for any injuries, psychological damage, or divorce litigations that occur during the assembly process.
The walls are looking a little grimy all of a sudden. Well, that sounded spooky. Well.
Does that elevator go back up?
Probably, but the door's sealed behind us. This is about what I expected to see.
Unexpected data. Security.
Oh shit, my companions are dying. Holy shit, how many robots are there? Get up, guys. God damn, that was a lot of robots. Might have been the most hostiles I've faced all at once. Board's idea of retirement is more like an execution. Find a way to stay employed. Yeah. What the fuck is the purpose of this? Gee, I'm sure the lady will be happy to hear that they were all just brought down here to be murdered. Anything else around here? Probably not. Hey, there's a guard. Refund request. T&L shock cannon. To T&L customer service. I would like to formally request a refund on my new T&L shock cannon. You advertised it as the most reliable tool for disabling rude or disobedient automechanicals. But if you load it with an energy cell that is covered in your own blood, it misfires. I've used T&L weapons exclusively for 7 years, but if this matter is not resolved, then you'll have lost another customer. You will also have lost another customer if I die, so you better hope I can get this blood back into my body. Well then. Universal Defense Logistics Terminal. Figures automech service active. Maintenance exit sealed. Note, due to the nature of their assignment, automechanicals in the HHC Early Retirement Center were not constructed with a standard maintenance mode or IFF transmitter responder. You'll be pleased to know that this saved 200 bits per unit, but please note that any injuries sustained during routine repairs will come out of your paycheck. Thank you for being part of the UDL team. Well, I think they're all already destroyed, but unseal the hatch. This isn't part of the retirement facility, is it?
Investigative action is not authorized. Action is not authorized. What do you think you're doing?
Whatever I want.
Suspicion levels minimal.
I can pick up anything that's just freely lying around, but they get upset if I unlock something. Yeah, I don't care if I lose board rep.
System.
Here we go. Nice one.
Got another fighting me.
Okay, this isn't part of the retirement center. The retirement center is just that one room. So what is that supposed to be? Population control? They decide that they just want to keep numbers down or something? Are not enough people dying on a day-to-day basis? Or getting turned into marauders?
I won't tell.
A lot of sprats down here.
How it's done.
Anything else of interest or note down here? Parcel service.
You're just that good.
Ionized paper knife. It's gonna be disappointingly low level, isn't it? Yeah, level 20. Speed grip. These unique weapons really aren't that unique at all. I don't think I've seen a single one that had anything like really cool about it. The only really unique weapons are the science weapons. People aren't getting their packages, I imagine. Did I destroy these ones? I don't think I destroyed these ones.
Well done, Captain!
Big Sprat! Big Sprat!
The last of them. And I thought nothing fun ever happened in this town.
That was a big Sprat. That explains why there are all these broken exterminators up here. Everything makes sense now. Riot control helmet, hunting rifle, just some armor lying on the ground. Acropolis District. Alright, I can't exit that way. I am not proficient a hacker. I'm racking my brain trying to figure out if there's like anything else I can think
Couldn't
of.
help but notice your shooter, Dr. Fenhill. It's quite a sharp piece.
Isn't it something? I keep meaning to name it, but I can't come up with one that sticks.
That's funny. I thought you didn't care much for nice things.
Hey, a pirate's nothing without a rep. And this baby has a rep of its own.
Excuse me, that Sprat has a name. Hold up. Lady Philippa Farnsworth.
Well work, Captain.
Why did the Sprat have a name? And how did I know its name? Oh well, doesn't matter now. Back to the surface. Udis.
Oh, what are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
Nothing. Nothing. Why? Does it look like I'm up to something? Laws, I knew it! You got me. I'm caught, aren't I?
What are you worried about?
I work in the lab at the Ministry of Accuracy and Morale. Some of my sprats went missing, but it's not my fault, okay? Maybe I let them out more often than regulations allow, but they need to stretch their little legs.
Ah.
And so what if I occasionally forgot to latch their cage? Everyone gets a little distracted now and then.
Calm down and tell me what happened.
They escaped, and before I could coax them back, they'd made their way to the maintenance tunnels. Even if I did dare go down there, They're among all the common sewer sprats and exterminator mechanicals.
One of them wasn't white with little red paws, was it?
Really? In that case, take this collection crate. 6 of my little ones are down there, but don't worry, you can easily tell them apart from common sewer sprats. They have intelligent eyes, an agreeable yet reserved demeanor, and a fondness for hiding. Also, they're white rather than green.
Ah.
Please, do take care, and do mime the exterminator mechanicals. If the worst should happen to my little darlings, well, I still want their bodies. For science, of course.
You seem surprised I'd help you.
I still am. After all, I'm a person of very little influence and only middling prospects. No one does favors for free. But I must say, I'm far too distressed to think critically about your suspiciously kind offer.
Why are you so attached to these sprats?
They're for my, research.
Oh, out with it already.
Oh, very well. It's true. I do run studies on them at the lab, but I also have a special connection with them. See, I'm an enormous fan of all my colonists. The early seasons, before the plotlines got tacky. You must have seen the classic episodes.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, I forget, some parts of Halcyon are lacking in modern plumbing, not to mention the latest in entertainment. Well, I name all my sprats after my favorite characters. That way, their stories can live on in rodent form. So you see, it's imperative that I get them all back.
So, what are their names?
Not just names, they all have backstories too.
Oh no.
There's Lord Reginald Kim III, Lady Philippa Farnsworth,
Yep.
Vonda von Vermington, Haroon Greenlee, Iskander Emmanuel Sanchez, and Evelyn Ensley Okoye.
Well, we know Lady Philippa's dead. Tell me about Lord Reginald and Lady Philippa.
Ah, she's the chief executive of Farnsworth Incorporated, and a fearless captain of industry. He's a mercurial shareholder. They're in a rather tumultuous marriage contract.
What about Vonda?
She's an ambitious shareholder in Farnsworth Incorporated who wants more than stock. Or does she? It's difficult to tell what exactly she's after, but she is trying to seduce both Lord Reginald and Lady Philippa.
Ooh, ambitious. I'm curious about Haroon Greenlee and Iskander Emmanuel Sanchez.
So is everyone. Haroon is a mysterious young man with amnesia. His backstory's still a work in progress.
Yeah, you always gotta have somebody with amnesia.
Iskander is Lady Philippa's trusty assistant. He's trying to seduce Vonda.
So does that make Haroon the protagonist? I've already gone through one other thing very recently that had a amnesic protagonist. That's just protagonist category A. Your protagonist has amnesia. It's like, okay, yep, got it. Although Decabegus that amnesia definitely went a bit differently than I would have imagined. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. I'm still thinking about Sonata of Fire, god damn it. Who's Evelyn Ensley Okoye?
She's a member of Farnsworth Incorporated's regulatory board. A wise woman with a sharp tongue and a heart of gold.
Alright, I'm done.
Something else?
Why are there exterminator mechanicals in the tunnels?
To deal with the sewer sprats, of course. They're quite the nuisance.
Alright, well, what are the maintenance tunnels beneath Byzantium? Words. What are the maintenance tunnels beneath Byzantium for?
Well, to maintain things, of course.
Damn it, I was just
big,
thinking about that.
Machine things with gears. And pipes. Water pipes. Air pipes. All sorts of pipes. That's why they connect the city from the Acropolis district to here.
Don't talk to me about pipes. Every time I play Dwarf Fortress with the boys... Not Dwarf... I keep saying Dwarf Fortress. When I play Deep Rock Galactic with the boys lately, we started getting a bit crazy with the pipes. Why won't you go into the tunnels yourself?
Everyone knows sewer sprats carry diseases. And the exterminator mechanicals have been known to fire on larger targets. Why they'd do that when they're only supposed to attack sprats, I've no idea. But there are rumors.
Rumors like what?
Some people say there are strange things in those tunnels. Assassins. A room full of murderous automechanicals.
That last one is true.
Monsters hungry for human flesh. A hidden bureaucratic purgatory where things and people are lost forever. Not that I place any stock in silly rumors, of course.
Alright, well. While I'm right here, I might as well go back in. Oh no, Lord Reginald. That one wasn't my fault. Are they all stationary? Wait, no, that one's alive. Yeah. I didn't see that one's name. Yep. Iskander. Iskander is alive. 2 dead, 2 alive. That one's a little further away. Oh no, that one's... Oh, he was alive. Did I miss you? Did I not see you before? Okay, 2 of them are dead. The other 4, was it? It was 6 of them, wasn't it? Sprats found... Okay, yeah, there were 6 of them, 2 of them are dead. One of them was dead before, and that one was not my fault. The other one was my fault. I shot that one. Alas. Oh.
Any luck finding my sprats?
Good news is, 4 of them are still alive.
Truly? Why, this is marvelous! Oh, dear, it looks like some of my darlings have suffered violent misfortune. Nevertheless, it's good to have them back. Thank you for your help. I'm afraid I can't spare much, but I hope you'll accept this. Now, I've got to get back to the lab before my supervisor logs my absence.
And good luck, Chief. All right. Where is... I want to see what Hortense has to say about our discovery.
You cannot understand the problem until you free yourself from the desire for an answer.
I thought he was gonna... That was him initiating a conversation with Ellie, but nah. Alright, so I'm betting she's...
Oh, there. That's one right there. Can't you just see the stench of impropriety radiating off of him?
Excuse me, I'm doing a job for you?
I must admit, I'm getting a certain thrill out of our little arrangement. If this goes well, perhaps I'll start hiring wandering delinquents to handle all of my affairs. It is going well, I hope.
I don't like your attitude, but you look pretty, so... whatevs. Oh, I can lie to her. The retirement district is a paradise. You should see it for yourself. She just ended up in an empty room. I destroyed all the automechanicals, so... So it turns out early retirement isn't so much a life of luxury as it is a brutal execution.
What? You mean it's just a sham they perpetuate so they can dispose of the rabble?
Yep.
That's...
Here it comes.
That's brilliant. To take the most burdensome members of our society and simply remove them. Oh, I'll never doubt the wisdom of the board again. Why, I had no reason to be envious at all. What a relief.
Alright, I didn't say it right away because I was listening to her go on about dumb things, but hey, a raid. That hasn't happened in a while. Welcome. Both of you. Hope you're having a good time. I really should have expected this reaction. It's going pretty well, I'd say. Pretty dang good. I'm in a very good mood. I am going with this one. I was pretty relieved myself. I love killing me some automechanicals.
You would, wouldn't you, you precious little pauper? Now then, to the matter of your fee.
And here I thought she would be upset that I destroyed something that was working so... something that she approved of. I finally get to flex my unbeatable persuasion. With a bonus for the unexpected danger, of course.
I suppose that would be appropriate. Very well. Treat yourself to an extra bowl of sprat stew or something. In any event, while I'm deeply grateful for the peace of mind you've brought me, I will need some solitude to fully bask in it. So if there's nothing further...
Yeah, nothing further. Yeah, that went about exactly as I predicted it. Oh, my reputation decreased. Maybe because I bragged about killing the mechanicals. Ruined the board's plan, whatever it was. What do I want to do next? Suppose I could go talk to the contact. Get that going. Or... what do I... Could go to the audition. You know what? Heck, let's go check out the audition. That sounds like a good time. Wasn't expecting the place to look so run down.
All right, how does this sound? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to walk into you like that. Oh my goodness! Ruth Bellamy? I simply adore your work.
That name sounds familiar.
We've been over this already. You can't rehearse running into Ruth Bellamy. It's not going to work.
Fine, fine.
Yeah, don't need to hear all that. Alright, well, at least the inside of this... At least the interiors are shinier than the exteriors.
For all auditions, please use the elevator on the left. For all auditions, please use the elevator on the left.
Of course it's locked. Yeah, I have to say, the elevators...
My cousin's in pictures. That business makes piracy look civil.
Oh, what, are they an actor, or... The doors look kinda crusty. The walls, the floor, the ceiling look nice. Doors, elevator, they went kinda cheap. Titus and Androidicus. Blood and Revenge.
Great! You made it! Listen, I know you're expecting a script, but you're the real deal. Just go in there and do what feels natural.
What's that supposed to mean?
No, don't question yourself. Just feel the scene and go with it. I got a feeling you'll know what to do.
Oh
Give
boy.
the other actors real weapons to keep things authentic. And 'cause Josh is paying to see their logo on the big screen.
Okay. Yeah, they're just gonna throw me right into something. They're just gonna start filming. Okay. I can work with that.
See, I knew you'd get it. Now go in there, find your mark, and show us what you got.
Alright.
Well, well. Here to stop us at last, Captain Steele? You're too late. All of this settlement CNP Hungry Time food pills, same nutritional value, but now with added filler, are ours. With their patented stomach stuffing effects and baseline vitamin content, we will be nigh unstoppable.
Joke's on you, idiot. Those crates are just decoys.
They are? What an unexpected twist. You may have fooled me for now, but not for long.
Can I shoot someone? Wait, are we the good guys or the bad guys? Doesn't matter. I want to shoot someone.
Do you remember the last time we faced each other? The Battle of Axejack, staring one another down across the void of space while flaming debris fell like rain around us.
Okay, now I'm not gonna flex my intelligence here. We're being filmed. I'm gonna play along. What of it?
What indeed? I had you surrounded and outgunned, but you overcame my superior numbers with tactical thinking and a Hammersmith limited edition grenade launcher.
All the product placement.
I've been waiting for 5 years now, and at last my day for vengeance has come.
You ran like a coward then. You'll run now if you know what's good for you.
I just got chills. But still, you'll not stop me now. I have this whole port wired with sub-micro energon transistors. Once we're away, I'll activate the gamma particulate field and the quantaponic chain reaction will turn this whole place into vaporized plasma.
Not if I have anything to say about it.
Oh, but there's nothing you can do. I hope you've paid your burial fees and signed your personal death and dismemberment waivers because this is the end for you.
Let's see you try.
Line. Never mind, I think that's scene. To the break room, everyone. I need my Moab fizzy tea.
Cut! That was fantastic. With actors like you, who needs writers?
I suppose I should have attacked him. That would have been more exciting.
Walk and talk with me.
I don't know. I think I did pretty well, given the material I had to work with. Anyway, before we talk with this fellow... And I'm kind of dressed the part. I mean, look at this. Now that's an actor if I've ever seen one. Alright, what am I doing with the skills here? Do I go up to Virtuoso with handguns? It was the other thing I was dumping all my points into. On the other hand... What do I get? Critical hits ricochet and hit another enemy. That does sound fun. I would like to be able to hack in or break into more things, though. Now I'll keep going with the stuff I've been focusing on. Might as well. I talk good and I shoot good. Those are my good parts.
That was brilliant stuff. Do you write your own material?
You bet.
Amazing. Just firm up that jawline, and you'll be a triple threat. I'm gonna have to fire the writing staff. What do those anemic fuckwits know about dialogue, anyway? I'm thinking a whole new script. More pirates, bigger explosions, you flicking a Stogie Slim into a barrel of gasoline. Marketing says that kind of action sells tickets. Here, this is for your work today. I'll be in touch once we get that script.
Yeah, please do. I didn't get a chance to haggle for more money. I couldn't follow Ellie's advice. Dang it. I guess if I didn't play along with the script and, like, killed the actors, maybe that would have been a bit less agreeable with the board. I don't know. That was fun to play along with. No harm done. Oh, there was a note here, and I didn't even read it. Oh, I thought it might have been directed to me because it was near the door. You call these crates? We need at least twice as many, and grungier. As grungy as you can get. This is supposed to be an authentic space adventure, and real space adventures have crates. The next time I see the set, there had better be loads and loads of fucking crates. And you are fucking fired. What do we got here? Personal... Nah, I'm not gonna read all that. Not with that sloppy handwriting. I guess I could just take these. They don't seem to mind. Not much of a set, really. I mean, this looks kind of cheap, to be honest. What sort of low-budget movie set did I walk in on? I'm starting to have second thoughts about my role in all this. Ah, well. They're probably not going to come up with another script for me. Mildly tempted to go back and do it again, though. Tempting. Nah, I'll just go with what I did.
Rizzo's lemon slap. Slap your whole family
how many
tonight.
times have you seen terror?
Now, what am I doing? Oh yeah, this whole thing. I was supposed to kill Ava Chartrand. What was this for? Oh right, this was the thing about... Right, that alien invasion conspiracy. I'd almost forgotten I needed to come here to do this. Yeah, we're doing this. We gotta find out if aliens are actually involved here.
Didn't realize you were an ex-con, Vicar.
Technically, I was a priest, not a prisoner.
Oh, so you could leave whenever you wanted.
No, I had to fulfill my duties first.
Then you had a sentence.
Not exactly.
You just got a lot more interesting, preacher.
Alright, settle down. Apparently this lady's involved with aliens. I need you two on your A-game. I don't know why I'm doing another manual save. I don't need this many. Alright, what are we gonna find in here?
Impressive place Dr. Chartrand has.
Very quiet. Too quiet. Logs. What do we got here? Cascadia compromised. I received a message that an unauthorized user was looking through the files on my Cascadia terminal. Maybe some marauder with 2 firing brain cells? Maybe not. I hope whoever it is understands that the sacrifices made on Monarch and HRS 1084 serve a higher purpose. One day, when all of us have attained a new state of being, humanity may forgive my sins. Okay, we're starting off strong with the ominous text. My worst suspicions are confirmed. HRS 1084 was ransacked. Who knows what became of the suspension tanks, my team. As usual, my handlers on the board are no help. Until I deliver results they can replicate, package, and disperse to the general population, they desire only silence and obedience from the likes of me. Yet another relocation. Circumstances are hardly optimal at the primary and secondary labs. Political instability pulled Cascadia out from under me, and some combination of cabin fever and paranoia soured HRS. Perhaps my home and steadfast Byzantium will offer the retreat I need, though I miss working alongside my colleagues. I know that I hardly deserve the ones I so enjoyed, the ones I lost. The work continues in isolation and loneliness, perhaps as it should. Oh, the first extraterrestrials. Here we go. Ever since our species became aware of itself, we imposed our superiority on the worlds we touched. Colonialism worked, for a time. But our oldest trick didn't work in Halcyon, did it? Now, we are the ones who must bow to the force greater than ours. We are the ones who must adapt. Update. Wine makes me too introspective. Perhaps I'll balance it out with vodka. I don't know much about alcohol, but that doesn't sound like a balance. Laboratory access. Oh, well, we just unsealed a laboratory. Neat. I should talk to you guys some more. Where are you raiding me from? What were you fellas up to? Unless you've already left, due to my quietness. Oh, we're in the lab.
After Cascadia in 1084, I was expecting this. Chartrand has a thing for sticking lab coats in tubes, doesn't she?
Yeah, these are indeed tubes.
That's far enough. What are you doing here? How did you even get inside?
I'm the one asking the questions.
You're in my house, and I'm not fucking around. Start talking.
That's right, I am in your house. And I'm not fucking around. Ilya Hagen sent me to kill you.
If anyone ever tries to off me, I hope they do it with the same professional courtesy.
Hagen? I've never heard of her. Is she from the board? Damn it. I knew this would happen.
Why would the board want you dead?
To keep me quiet. But if you didn't know that, I'm guessing they didn't send you. I always assumed they would put a bullet in my head one of these days. I don't know anyone named Hagen.
Ilya runs sublight salvage on Groundbreaker. Good boss, bit of a live wire.
This is utter nonsense. I've never even been to Groundbreaker.
Making a lot of assumptions here, lady. You've been to Cascadia and Station 1084. I know all your dirty secrets.
What happened to the team? Tell me you didn't move their suspension tanks.
Sublight took over the lab. Your human aquariums are probably just office decor.
Small consolation. My team, the finest minds of their generation, reduced to salvage.
What were you trying to prove by experimenting on them?
We were trying to prove that the colony could survive the crisis bearing down on us.
What crisis?
What are you doing, Doctor? This information is beyond classified.
Oh, I didn't even see the UDL people there.
It hardly matters. I'm researching a new way to feed the colony. The crops we transplanted from Earth don't give us the nutrients we need. Our colonists might not realize it yet, but they're starving.
Wait. You're telling me this was all about vegetables?
Our produce might get us through the day, but we're getting weaker as a species. And sicker.
Lack of nutrition also spread like a sickness through Edgewater.
The lack of usable nutrients is compromising our immune systems. Under these conditions, even the common cold could seem like a plague. The food we grow here barely sustains human life. The colony won't last under these conditions. So, the board let me approach the problem from a different angle. I believed that I could adapt humans to live on Halcyon's terms. That I could change us. Give us the ability to derive sustenance from the nutrients the food does have.
Adaptation didn't save your research team.
Not for lack of trying. I wanted to save them all, but I wasn't strong enough.
You burned through I'm surprised you don't have more support from the board.
There are other teams. We didn't want to experiment on human test subjects, so we used the only resources we had. Each other. I'm desperate. I've already asked all the best institutes on Earth for help. Years ago, we sent a message out on the Cornelius Vanderbilt, but heard nothing back.
Isn't Cornelius Vanderbilt one of the assault cruisers patrolling Halcyon?
It's been missing for over 2 years now. They never re-established contact after the skip to Earth. Of course, the board is keeping that under wraps.
I can certainly understand why.
Imagine losing something with that many guns on it.
The board is uneasy about letting the colony know, seeing as half of their military force vanished without a trace.
That does sound like a problem for them. Well, you sent me after a conspiracy, but it looks like I found a cover-up instead.
I'd prefer if you didn't use my name when you talk about this. My contract has a list of very terrible consequences for breaking secrecy.
So, okay, the board wants to adapt the entire population?
Once we can replicate a success, the board will move to rewire our nucleon. With any luck, our next generation will be eating and thriving off halcyon crops.
Knowing what the board considers a success, that doesn't give me a lot of hope.
We haven't made enough strides to advance the plan. Hardly any at all. But we have to keep trying.
I knew it was. I had a feeling it wasn't going to be aliens. Then again, I could see why Lilia would think that. Alright, where do we go from here?
You came to kill me. I assume that's still on the table. Please don't. If I die, there's no one who can reproduce our work. Every sacrifice will have been for nothing. And we'll be no closer to a solution that feeds the colony.
What do you think, Ellie?
I try not to, least when it comes to the moral dilemmas. Lilia Hagen's a useful ally to have, but I'll back you up either way.
I hope you know what you're doing, Captain. I leave it in your hands.
What do you think, Vicar?
It may not be pretty, but we risk the colony's downfall if we hinder the Doctor's research.
Everything I did was for the good of the colony. Consider that.
I want to bring up Phineas, but there's a bunch of UDL people standing in the room. They're going to hear that name and think, like, you're working for Phineas? Like, that's going to be problems. Ah, fuck it, I'm going to do it. You know Phineas Wells? If you work with him, I'll spare you.
The one on the wanted posters? They say he's an anarchist.
Oh,
A madman, a butcher.
I was asking her to work with him.
I'll do it.
Doctor!
What choice do I have, Commander?
Oh, shit. That didn't take much convincing.
If working with Wells is the only way I can save the colony, then I will damn well do it. I need to get out of here. Phineas can contact me when he's ready to work together. For now, I'd better pack up the lab and head somewhere discreet.
Not so fast. Captain, what you just learned is beyond your clearance. Hell, it's beyond mine. Give me one reason why I should let you walk out of here alive.
Because the fate of the colony is in my hands?
You sure have an inflated sense of self-importance.
I do.
But that doesn't make you wrong. Now move along. The doc has a lot of work ahead of her. Tidying up and such.
Don't cause me trouble, don't cause her trouble, and we all walk out of here alive. Dr. Lorelei Fall. Subject will need medical treatments beyond our current understanding before any attempt at extraction is made. You should have let me go, Lore. I drew the short straw. It was my turn. I don't think I'm strong enough to go on without you. I'll never stop searching for a way to bring you back. If I fail, may the architect annotate your place in the equation. Well, that'll upset the board, and we gained Phineas an ally. Nice.
Move along.
Yeah. I remember when Lily was like, it's aliens, and I was just like, I don't know. Like, there was zero indication about aliens. I think you've seen one too many serials, maybe, but turns out I was right. It was all bullshit. Yeah, looks like the Raiden folk left. Alas.
There's my parents' place. Smell that? Industrial-grade cleaning solvent in desperation.
That's not all I smell.
Well, alright then. You know, I feel like, considering what Ellie wanted me to come here for, I feel like I should maybe bring Parvati, or better yet, Felix along. I feel, especially Felix would make a better impression. Or at least the kind of impression Ellie wants. Well, we're here. We may as well do it. Shiny.
Marilyn, is that you?
Lars, we certainly didn't expect to see you like this.
And I didn't expect you to renew your marriage contract. But we're all full of surprises today, aren't we? Speaking of surprises, you should meet my new friend. We've been running around the system for a while now, stirring up all sorts of trouble.
Pleasure to meet you. Thank you for welcoming us into your home.
I don't know what to say. He's usually not like this.
Hmm.
Come on, you're supposed to help me make an impression. Anyway, you're probably wondering where I've been all this time.
Not exactly.
The last few years have been a bloody haze. You wouldn't believe the messes we've gotten ourselves into. Right?
Indeed, we've saved towns and restored property across Halcyon.
Are you trying to make me look bad?
Yeah.
Marilyn, this really isn't the best time. Perhaps you should go.
This is getting awkward.
That means it's getting fun. We'll stay as long as we like. And while we're at it, we'll drink your expensive hooch, wear our outside shoes all over your nice
This feels
floors.
weird. Hold up. These floors aren't just nice, they're top quality marble.
He's right. Since when can you afford authentic Terran marble?
That's what we've been trying to tell you, dear, but you must understand, we hadn't heard from you in ages.
We thought you were dead.
And it's not for lack of people trying, believe me.
I'm not dead. I just never wanted to talk to you again.
I'm afraid the distinction was lost on us, darling.
Why do I get the feeling you people are about to apologize for something?
We only did what any grieving parents in our position would do. We collected on your life insurance policy.
And the payouts have been rather, substantial.
You what?
Oh, talk about making lemon slap out of lemons.
What vulgar company you keep, Marilyn.
Well, now that I'm here, I guess you'll just have to report back that I'm very much alive and kicking.
It's not that simple. For one thing, we'd have to cut back on so many necessities. The neighbors would be sure to notice.
So tell them Ellie's back. He'll be the talk of the town.
That's the other problem.
We had to explain your disappearance somehow.
We couldn't very well tell people you'd run off to become a miscreant, could we?
I'll have you know Ellie's a professional miscreant.
Shh! Someone could hear you.
We concocted a story about Celeste Jollycurl designing a pair of 12-inch heels for you.
That sounds
One
uncomfortable.
of a kind, naturally.
12-inch heels.
That led to your tragic death when you tripped and broke your neck.
It was quite the story. People were talking about it for weeks.
I'm just gonna listen quietly this round.
Couldn't you have at least made up a better story? Something with pirates or raptidons? And what are you gonna do now that we're here?
Yes, about that. We were just about to ask you to, leave.
Quietly, if you don't mind.
If you really knew your daughter, you'd know quiet is not in her vocabulary.
She hasn't changed a bit, I see.
That's it? You just want us to disappear now?
Marilyn, please.
Don't cause a scene.
You know, I came in here being all nice because I figured, you know, just to embarrass her about her plan, maybe they wouldn't be that bad. I don't know about you, Ellie, but I'm ready to cause a scene.
Let's just get out of here, Captain. Fine. I'm gone. Forever this time.
What, no scene? That didn't go how I was expecting it to go at all.
Let's just put this unpleasantness behind us.
Oh, could you please leave quietly now?
My bullets don't break things. Curses. Yeah, that did not
Can we talk?
That didn't go how I expected it to go at all. Yeah, we'll talk. Let's just go somewhere. Let's get some light on our faces.
Can you believe those two? We'd hardly been there a minute and they turned us out like yesterday's garbage.
How did you think that would go?
I thought they'd be scandalized. They'd both be sitting there watching one of their vapid aetherwave dramas, and then we'd walk in. Mother would drop her mock apple cider, and the glass would shatter all over their overpriced marble. Father would tear off his glasses and blink open-mouthed.
And then what?
I'd have a great one-liner in the tube. I was thinking either, the leather's fake but the scars are real, or, oops, did I just track awesome onto your rug?
That's awful. That last one was awful. Never use that anywhere. How about it's payback time and I'm collecting with interest?
Yeah, I'm gonna use that one day. Now, getting back to my story. Father would throw his hands up, because this would be just like me, to come back and make a big scene. Then, Mother would do the old, "You had us worried sick." Her eyes would be red, and she'd have her fist in front of her mouth to stifle a sob.
You're really hurt, aren't you?
I'm not hurt.
I'm outraged. Affronted, even.
I just didn't want to get booted out of the house I grew up in like that. It's embarrassing, you know? And I've got a reputation to maintain.
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
I hope you don't think I'm talking about this because I want to be introspective.
I think there's a lesson here, Ellie.
Uh-oh, it looks like we're in for a big talk.
You've got to surround yourself with people who will really look out for you.
Unless you mean the kind who'll look out for you to blink so they could swipe your bits. The galaxy's not exactly crawling with those. Anyway, I don't want to sift through this lousy experience for meaningful life lessons. I'm mad, and I want to do something about it. Something like... Wait a second. What if I could get that money?
Keep talking.
I could open a new account, designate that account holder as a sole beneficiary. All the payouts would go to me. I'll make money without doing a thing. And I'll get to cut them off.
Quite the role reversal.
As long as I don't develop a taste for Gorgonzola and bad legal dramas, that's fine by me. My policy is with the Greater Halcyon Insurance Group. They have an office in Byzantium. Maybe you could use some of your people skills to help me set up a dummy beneficiary account. If that doesn't work, I'm sure we can find one of their terminals and do it ourselves.
I do have very excellent people skills.
Something on your mind?
Yeah, we'll do that.
Oh, there. That's one right there.
She's gonna say that every time I walk by her, isn't she? Alright. Let's see here. Where is this insurance office? It's over yonder.
So, Max, got any interesting prison stories? Do people really trade cigarettes like bits?
Among other things.
Got any recipes for bathtub hooch? I've always wanted to try the real stuff.
We didn't have bathtubs. We made it in toilets.
Ooh.
Quite the interesting taste.
Remember that stranger I saw in the square? Shh. The one with that guy who looks like an old tossball player. Could have sworn I've seen him play.
Enough! You're standing right here.
They're talking about somebody down there, or are they talking about me?
I've always loved
Spacer's choice.
So wait a minute, if this is an insurance claim that's going out because she's dead, well, it is a fake account. The sole letter in this mailbox is addressed to the Greater Halcyon Insurance Group's satellite office in Fallbrook.
I guess we're going to Fallbrook.
Huh. Alright. I wasn't expecting to have to go to Monarch. Then again, yeah, this place is closed. Yeah, we saw that earlier. Alright then. What's next? What else do we got? Husband's blast. Yeah, that's stuff we gotta do when we go back. Well, the only two things left to do on the planet that I have, unless I find something else, is to meet our contact. Associate who can help you locate Minister Clark. They work at the docks.
Feeling a little off balance? You need a level head.
If I think I can hit that mechanical down there?
You'll get in trouble.
No, I won't. I'll blame it on you.
There's an invisible wall there. You can't jump over.
Wouldn't it be
Bullshit.
Something to see an Earth assault cruiser land here?
Don't be ridiculous.
Yeah, the only two things that we got currently lined up. We'll go deal with the contact, and we'll get Ellie her dress, not Ellie, Parvati her outfit before we leave. And then there's the modeling stuff, but we'll have to go elsewhere to do all that. I doubt I saved any Marauder outfits, so I'll have to pick up a new one. Spacer's outfit, I need to go to Groundbreaker, and what was the other thing I needed? Armor and headpiece. Wait, I have to wear the headpiece too? Iconoclast, that was the other one. Jeez, I should have talked to this person before I even went up.
Do you mind? I'm meeting someone.
Roll eyes, sigh dramatically.
Oh. You mean I'm supposed to be meeting you?
Why do you sound so surprised?
Nothing, it's just... I thought you'd be taller. Anyway, let's not get hung up on that. The Phoenix is a wanted man, and the board has eyes everywhere in Byzantium.
The Phoenix?
Yeah, that's my codename for... you know, our mutual friend.
What's your codename?
Oh. I'm Golden Eagle.
Do I have a codename?
Yeah. I named you Cuckoo.
Seriously?
It makes sense if you think about it, because I didn't know who you were, and old Earth cuckoos would routinely trick other birds into feeding them.
Ah, whatever. Just give me the information I came for.
Does this mean I'm supposed to have one too? Fine, but make it a really good one.
Let's go with Rufus Hummingbird.
Forget it. Codenames are for amateurs anyway.
Too late. I've already marked it off. Can't just go reassigning codenames. Anyway, you're looking to make contact with Minister... Magpie, right? I should warn you, it won't be easy. He spends most of his time in his estate, which is heavily guarded.
How exactly did you get involved in all this anyway?
I've always been fascinated by birds. If you ever research Earth species, there are thousands of them, so colorful and distinct. The other thing about birds, though, is their environmental indicators.
When they die off, it's a sign that something's wrong.
Exactly. I started thinking about everything we see around Halcyon, and all the things we don't see.
Like what?
For starters, you rarely come across anyone living in Byzantium who wasn't born here, even though we get ships in all the time.
Trust me, anyone with a lick of sense gets out of here as soon as possible.
But most people don't. In fact, most people stay exactly where they start. Doesn't that seem strange to you?
A bit.
And then there's the way nothing gets fixed. There used to be a suggestion box around here. People would drop ideas in. Nothing ever came of them, of course.
Seems pretty normal, actually.
Sure, that part is. That's why they install shredders in those boxes, after all. But one day the shredder broke. No one came to fix it. And since it wasn't working, we didn't have anywhere to file our complaints. So you can imagine how messy things got.
A regular tragedy.
At first, management put up an out-of-order sign. But that just seemed to worry people. Like they were advertising something wasn't working.
Why would the Golden City need suggestions for improvement?
It's really so people can feel heard. Everyone's got something to complain about, you know?
True.
They eventually took the whole suggestion box sign down so that people didn't have any expectations about it. But they never fixed it, never replaced it. Doesn't that seem odd to you?
No, that's just how... That seems to be how things go around Halcyon, in case you didn't notice.
Except that's not how they go. At least that's not how they're supposed to go in Byzantium. The whole episode made me wonder, if they can't fix something as simple as a suggestion box, what else aren't they fixing? After a while, I got connected with our mutual friend and started using my position here to feed him information when I could. That's it, really.
There's gotta be a way to catch the minister someplace less protected.
Afraid not. He almost never leaves his home and his guards never leave him.
Can't you get me into the estate?
Whoa, I'm not one of your B&E specialists. I just provide intelligence.
Okay, so what can you tell me?
Some of the guards hang around Billingsley's House of Inebriation between shifts.
That place is still open? I used to study there during medical school.
Maybe you could do some reconnaissance there. You know, swipe a key while nobody's looking.
Thanks for the tip.
Just remember, you didn't hear it from me.
Yeah, whatever you say, Golden Eagle. Looks like I got work to do.
Good luck, Cuckoo.
How exactly does my relationship with my reputation with the board currently look? Agreeable. I'm revering with pretty much everybody. Except for C&P Borscht Factory, which doesn't even exist anymore. Only agreeable with Anti-Cleos, and almost roughly even between positive and negative with the board.
Couldn't help but notice the medical journals in your room. Do you still study medicine?
Nah, I just use them to hold heavy things in place.
Most wise. I was considering throwing away all my old texts, but I like your idea better.
Yeah, I remember seeing the guards in there. Alright, this'll be easy.
That episode from a few weeks ago based on a real incident.
I could do it.
You mean the one where the dissidents blew up an orphanage?
Hey, stand back, you. I'm part of Minister Clark's personal detail, and that means you gotta keep 5 feet back at all times.
Oh, I didn't know I was talking to such a big shot.
Yep, you're looking at the Minister's newest personal guard. Right here. The others took me out to celebrate on account of me just getting hired and all.
Oh, good for you, buddy. Well, what's so important about guarding Minister Clark?
He's basically the most important person in the colony, which makes me the most important guard in the colony. Yeah. That means I got a key to the minister's estate, my own personal UDL-issued shotgun. They don't give those out to just anyone.
Oh, congratulations.
Yep, I've nearly made it to the top, my friend. I'm just 2 promotions away from on-the-job bathroom breaks.
Damn, moving up in the world. How about I buy you a drink to celebrate your promotion?
That's a great idea! I'll have a Spectrum vodka.
Please allow me to improve your drinking experience with fine cocktails and pre-approved banter.
Give me a... let's get him a Spectrum Vodka Orange. Hell, I'll buy 2.
Hey, you look familiar. Have we met before?
Wait, it says I don't have any Spectrum Vodka to give him.
Oh, maybe they got some at the bar.
Wait.
Please allow me to...
Glacier water, iceberg age whiskey, triple stout, spectrum vodka, orange, yellow. There's 3 different types of spectrum vodka.
Hey, you look familiar.
Wait, so the orange I bought didn't work, but whichever one of the others I bought works. All right, whatever. Here's your promotion.
Here's to me. Hey, you're really great. Have I told you that? We should be friends.
We should.
Wow, listen to me. I'm soaked. I should probably slow down before I'm face down on the tile somewhere. Who am I kidding? I could have another. You got another?
As a matter of fact, I do. Let's have ourselves another friend.
It's not every day you get your dream job, right? Wow, you got like this crazy energy. Has anyone ever told you that? You're like a manosaur. You got a manosaur energy. Oh, Laws, I gotta stop. I'm seeing at least 2 of you.
I hear that about being a Mantisaur energetic all the time. Anything you could tell me about Minister Clark?
Oh, he's, medium height with, like, medium-colored hair and, like, a kind of a medium face. Just like in his posters.
You haven't met him, have you?
Everyone tells me he's very private, okay? Besides, I just started.
Fair enough. I'll leave you to it. So is he gonna pass out or something?
Hey.
I thought I was supposed to get a key off him. Hold on, did something else happen? One more ought to do him in.
Move along.
Please allow me to...
He won't let me give him another one.
What can I do for you?
Hey.
Did I do something wrong? It says to give him a third one, but I can't. Wait a minute, is the option not there because I ran out? I only bought 2, didn't I? It wants Spectrum Vodka Red. That's the only one that was leaving my inventory. What is the point of there being 3 different colors of Spectrum Vodka, but this guy will only take 1 color? Alright, let's have another.
I really shouldn't. I'll have the worst hangover tomorrow if I don't stop.
Nonsense. You've got another in you. Doctor's orders.
Guess I can't argue with that.
Never argue with your doctor.
Yeah. Was that one supposed to taste like Purple Berry Crunch? Or am I just tasting breakfast? I don't feel so good. I think I'm gonna be sick.
Out of his way, Ellie. That's what this little room is over here for.
I just need to sit down.
Oh shit, he fucking died. He's fucking dead. Alright, everyone leave that guy alone. He's having a nap.
I love Byzantium.
So that's Minister Clark's place, huh? You'd think if there was any place that would at least look a bit nicer, it would be the Minister.
Got any more of those drugs, Vicar?
I do not. Probably for the best. They can lead to insanity as easily as enlightenment.
Do I have to use the prison name? What do you call them in the clink? Candy? Papers?
Drugs. And still no.
What if I trade you some cigarettes?
They were talking about the guy we were just feeding drinks to, but then dialogue cut off other dialogue.
This property is off limits. Solicitors, loiterers, and uninvited visitors will be fined to the fullest extent of company policy. This ultimatum brought to you by Universal Defense Logistics.
I'm here for Minister Clark.
That's funny. The minister isn't expecting visitors, and you don't much look like one of those couriers from HPS.
Was the Minister expecting a delivery?
Minister Clark's a private man, and you're asking too many questions.
Well, farewell then. Suppose I could just sneak in the back. Oh yeah, we know where the parcel service is. Everyone at the parcel place was dead. Well, that just makes this easier for us since we already cleared this place out. Wait, what? Huh? I'm sorry, did I follow the marker wrong? Oh. Okay, there's like a parcel office down in the maintenance tunnel, but there's also the main office. Okay. Damn, it's locked.
Well, you're getting an early start on the day's parcels, aren't you? Welcome to Halcyon Parcel Service. Deliveries guaranteed within standard margins of accuracy.
What exactly do you do here?
Halcyon Parcel Service is the most dependable parcel delivery service in the colony. You might even say we're part and parcel of Halcyon's commercial enterprise.
Ah.
That's just a little parcel joke.
Yes, quite. So, you do parcel delivery, eh?
Nope, just parcels. We don't deal in packages.
Oh, no packages. Okay, just parcels. What's the difference?
It's very technical. Halcyon Parcel Service strictly adheres to the standards and definitions of packaging as outlined by the Executive Ministry of Accuracy and Morale. We can ship all the parcels you want. But if I start shipping packages, I could get into some real trouble. Handcuffs and hard labor trouble.
How very specific. Do you have a parcel waiting for Minister Clark?
We do, in fact, have a parcel here for a Mr. Clark, Minister.
I'm here to pick it up.
You're not an official member of the Halcyon Parcel Service team. That means you'll have to sign a release form.
How do I do that?
Oh, I'd have to submit a request for a release form, and then wait for a receipt for my request of a release form. Then you'd have to make an appointment.
How long does that usually take?
Couldn't say. We've got a backlog, and I'm planning on retiring in the next 35 years, but I could give my successor a memo on your behalf.
You kidding me?
You're welcome to lodge a complaint in our suggestion box. Actually, no. We're still waiting on our delivery of a new suggestion box.
The minister's here in Byzantium. I'll make the delivery, and you're free to take the credit.
You do that? Wow. Hey, you know, a positive review from the minister would go a long way in my semi-monthly employment audit. Here's your parcel to be delivered to Mr. Clark, Minister. Law speed.
Thank you for your cooperation. Hello, yes, how can I help you?
I don't have time for this.
I am sorry if you are displeased with the speed at which we find parcels. You may put a complaint in our complaint box.
Got my sights on you.
Please, sir.
I'm afraid I can't help you at the moment.
Okay, she's got nothing to say. Yeah, that was easy. Just gotta use the old word mouth and say some words. It feels good being persuasive. Oh, that's Billingsley's. Now, if there was one operation I should bring a silenced weapon on for a heist, it would be this one. Alright, if there were a place for our manual save, this is the one.
There's nothing to see here. Move along.
Chasing us off already? This feels familiar.
Ma'am, please don't cause a scene.
I want you to know I'm holding back for your sake.
Thank you,
Do
Ellie.
you have any actual business here, or...?
Delivery for the minister.
Yeah? Let's see it.
Got this parcel right here.
Looks like your papers are in order. All right. Go on through.
Thank you for your time. You're doing good work. And because I entered lawfully from the front, the interior guard shouldn't cause me no trouble. Okay, so Right, he's hoarding the entire reserve of dimethyl sulfoxide. How am I gonna get it all out of here? The entire reserve must be packaged in such a way that I'd be able to carry it.
I'll keep quiet.
Honestly, I'd expect this place to look a bit more opulent. Ellie's folks' house looked nicer and like classier than this place. All right, that's that back door we saw. There's not a whole lot down here for me to mess with. Can I actually give the packet, the parcel, rather, to the minister?
How did you get in here?
Parcel delivery?
You're not one of my guards. What are you doing here?
Minister Clark, what a remarkable honor it is to meet you.
So, this is one of the guys who runs the colony, huh? Small room for a big shot.
If this is about another Aetherwave clip or radio spot, you may kindly fuck off, as the parlance goes. I'm not doing any more.
Oh, I can't give him the package. Seems like, what are you talking about?
Slowly and loudly, Aloysius, that's the only way these morons understand anything. I said, you may tell Charles to go fuck himself.
Alright, calm down. I'm just here to ask you questions.
Then you're not part of Rockwell's PR team. That means you're a dissident? A real live dissident?
Listen.
But what are you doing here? And how did you get in?
I'm just here to deliver a parcel. Hey, hold up. You think I'm a dissident? Me? Rugged, handsome old me?
My friend, the slightest demonstration of independent thought or action renders one a dissident in the board's rather expansive definition of the term. which is why I'm dying to know what brought you here.
Well, I'm looking for dimethyl sulfoxide.
Drugs, of course. What else? Why did I get my hopes up? Back to idiot speak. I don't have any drugs. You should try a vending machine or a purveyor of curative goods.
I don't know if our chemicals are here, but this guy is definitely not.
Will that be all, then?
I really want to clock this guy. I didn't come all this way to play games, Clark. It's your name on the receipts.
Oh dear, I don't think I can say this any more slowly. Unless... Of course. It's Rockwell again, who else? And I thought he was only holding me here to keep me out of the way.
Wait. You mean Chairman Rockwell's locked you up?
You are a quick study, indeed. I've long suspected Rockwell of transacting business in my name, but this proves it.
He's attempting to game the system, but he won't be able to get away with it forever. Eventually, Rockwell's house of cards will topple.
I dearly hope so, and you might be part of the equation. Whatever it is that brought you here, Rockwell's the one behind it.
Why would he go through all this trouble?
How should I know? I've been under house arrest for years.
Years?
But there is a way to find out, and perhaps to set things right. Whatever Rockwell's doing, he'll be doing it from the HHC headquarters. Your best lead is to look for details in his office.
Captain, we must investigate Rockwell. An injustice like this cannot go unchecked.
Indeed, it cannot. I can't overstate the urgency of the matter.
We really gonna do this? Getting involved is a messy business, and it rarely pays.
But getting involved is fun.
This is about more than bits. This is about the survival of the colony. If you don't help, who will? Why, this is starting to sound like an issue of Dissident Hunter.
You seem a little too excited by all this.
We're discussing industrial espionage, legal redress, the possible salvation of Halcyon. Is this not exhilarating?
Okay, you got me there.
Also, this is the longest conversation I've had with someone else in quite some time.
If you're the best this colony has to offer, we're screwed.
I assure you, I didn't ask to be locked up and made to perform like a trained animal. But I'm attempting to make the best of an opportunity. I only hope you can do the same. Now, we've got to get into the HHC. That's in the Acropolis district, along with the other major corporate and government facilities. But only board employees are allowed into the district. There's a heavily guarded checkpoint just down the street. There might be a route through the maintenance tunnels, but I'm afraid I don't know specifics. Most people avoid the area for obvious reasons.
I want to ask him why he's locked up. I don't think he mentioned why. You guards don't scare me.
That's good, because there are sure to be more at headquarters. When you reach the HHC building, this access card should get you up to the executive suites, where the chairman's office and what used to be my office are.
How did you manage to hang on to your access card?
The board's lackeys are none too bright. I simply claimed I'd lost it and hid it somewhere no one would think to look.
No.
I merely hid it in a book. No one reads anything longer than a few pages around here.
Obviously, the chairman surrounds himself with the cream of Byzantium's elite.
There are a few advantages to dealing with imbeciles.
Suppose so. They don't make the best guards, though. Well, thanks for the help, I guess.
Wait. Rockwell has one of the only terminals capable of transmitting to the Earthbound message drone. This is our chance. Please, take this and transmit it from his office. Rockwell hasn't given me any messages from Earth for years. He's desperate to keep me out of contact with the Earth Directorate. but they need to know what's happening here.
What's on the cartridge?
What isn't on it is the real question. I've gathered meeting minutes, internal messages, sustainability reports, and more, all exposing the corruption and mismanagement plaguing Halcyon. Once the rest of the Earth Directorate sees it, they'll have to send help.
Putting your faith in the inherent goodness of mankind?
The Earth Directorate is our best hope. Even Rockwell's resources are no match. And it is hardly in their interest to let Halcyon crash.
How long will that take?
Depending on the nature of their response, months at least, perhaps years. Organizing and sending personnel all the way out here is no mean feat.
Well, it's something.
And now I entrust it to you. Good luck, and trust no one in the Acropolis District.
I didn't even give him his package. I didn't even get to ask him why he's in here. I have questions. You tipped your little table over. I just stole a book. Huh, well, I guess I'm out of here.
Move along.
That did not go how I thought it was going to go at all. So the chairman... No, not the chairman, the... Right, he's the minister, the other guy's the chairman.
Oh, there. That's one right there.
Oh, that's just her, again.
Did you hear? Marjorie Dalton and Archibald Harris are redecorating with real crystal faux windows. Pause.
Well, alright then. I have questions. Alright, so why would the chairman be holding dimethyl sulfoxide? Well, here we go.
The Acropolis District is off limits. Move along.
I mind if I take a breather? I'm pretty tired after hauling around all these bits.
You could have asked me, you know.
What in the law's name are you on about?
These 1,919 bits have been weighing me down all day. Here, you hold them.
Sure. Let me just take that off your hands. Did I say restricted area? Slip of the tongue. What I meant was, welcome to the Acropolis District.
Thank you very much. So polite. So polite, these guards.
I never could have handled the desk job.
And it just cost me a couple bits. Ministry of Accuracy and Morale. Probably more inaccurate than anything, but... Maintenance tunnels. Okay, so you either sneak... That's the sneaking into the maintenance tunnels part. Just a random bypass shunt lying on the ground.
Just act like we belong.
Indeed, indeed.
Welcome to the official headquarters of the Halcyon Holdings Corporation Board. Today's greeting is brought to you by Auntie Cleo, a subsidiary of Colway Pharmaceuticals.
Very much. Where's the... Okay, yeah, chairman's office is all the way up there. I should have put my suit on. We're gonna have to go through there to get up, aren't we? Acting like we belong.
A UDL female security attendant is always prepared. State your business. Please step away. This entry is for high-priority HHC business only.
Show him the access card. Is this official enough for you?
Huh. I didn't realize we were still using those iridescent stickers. But this looks right. I'll just need you to register your weapons with a revised request to carry 32B form. Each weapon will need a separate form.
You'd better be joking.
I'm not authorized to employ humor on the job, sir. Now, let's see. Damn it. When did I run out of forms?
Oh, what a shame.
You don't have to be sarcastic about it.
But I like
Look,
being sarcastic.
You don't have time to wait on new forms. And I can't afford the citations for impeding HAC business. So I'm going to save us both some trouble and waive your forms.
Thank you very much.
Just know there are a bunch of guards upstairs, and they're all high on dervish mist and low on patience. So try anything funny, and they'll paint the walls with your guts.
Well, thank you for your understanding and for the information, good sir. Even the nice elevators have this exposed exposed wire and ceiling. You'd think they'd close that up.
Rumor has it someone's pulling doubles until the retirement district is, repaired.
What is this door all about? $150 to get through that. That's not happening.
Excuse me, just a moment. Is there something I can do for you? I beg your pardon, Minister Clark's former office is currently closed to solicitors.
You should get back to your desk. I saw somebody eyeing your stationery.
What? Oh dear. Thank you for reminding me. I can't stand the thought of someone else's hands touching my custom letterheads.
Happy to help you. Yeah, that's... Why just break a big hole in the wall? I mean, it's convenient for me, but why?
What's with the big hole in the wall?
I know! I was just thinking about that. Windows are too far back for this view to be particularly nice, but whatever. And the guy, I've already forgotten his title, is not in. He's got his own little private bar here. I'm gonna... You know what? I'm in the director... Chairman, that's the one. I keep forgetting his title. I'm in the chairman's office. I'm taking everything that isn't nailed down. What's that? Broken snow globe? Don't mind if I do. Everything that ain't nailed down, I'm taking it with me. Oh, what's this? Construction checklist. Get rid of Minister Clark's stuff. Percival claims the real leather sofa. Tear down rest of wall. Check to see if wall is load-bearing. Due before number 2. Then why isn't that step number 2 and the wall tearing down number 3? Whatever. Install steam bath in Chairman Rockwell's specifications. Install wet bar next to steam bath. Finish everything before Chairman Rockwell returns. Should be number 1. Alright, that even says due before 2. I just completely skipped that back part. Okay, I think I grabbed everything. These pianos look really cool. Alright. Shipment status report? Oh man, I wish I could see that. Alright, before we send the message, I have a feeling we're gonna run into some trouble when the message is sent. Priority message. Chairman, the rough cut of the presentation is prepped to play. The PR department has a lot of work to do, but we've covered the basics. Halcyon is on the brink of starvation. The board scientists are working on a solution. Workers can look forward to the lifetime employment program for their chance to contribute. You'll see the current version when you print your keycard for the Ministry of Accuracy and Morale, and yes, before you ask, the dimethyl sulfoxide has been delivered there. It's waiting for your sign-off on the broad strokes, so I wanted to make sure you saw it. Don't worry, I'll make sure it gets properly edited.
Good afternoon. I'm Chairman Rockwell, and I'm here to address a serious issue facing us. As you all know, our colony has been successful beyond our wildest dreams. Unfortunately, we've recently discovered that our food supply will not be able to sustain Halcyon's population in the long term. Everyone will die. Everyone will slowly stop living from malnutrition. But we're doing it together, and that's what matters. I fucking swear, if someone doesn't give me something to read that will placate the masses soon, all of you will find yourselves violently unemployed. But I can assure you there's nothing
nice
to
outfit.
fear. We've got a solution. It's called the Lifetime Employment Program. We will freeze most of the colony to preserve resources, while the best and brightest of Byzantium continue living in prosperity. Look, you idiots! How many times do I have to tell you we can't say shit like that? Fire whoever wrote this! While Halcyon's brightest minds solve the problem of our nutritional shortage, the rest of the colony will be placed in suspended animation. Individuals will be revived on a rotating basis, so that every Halcyonite can be part of the important work of saving our colony. By testing paperweights. Sorry, couldn't resist. Let's go again. And someday, in the not-too-distant future when we've solved this crisis, we'll all be back together again working for the good of Halcyon. Until then, the board shall provide for the deserving just as it always has. So, obey your supervisors, take your vitamins, follow your corporate-mandated grooming rituals, and rest assured with the board on your side, there is nothing to worry about.
Well, that was some quite distressing information.
I don't know about you, but I'm all for living fast and dying young.
Can we talk?
Alright, you all shush. I mean, we already knew that there was a food problem. We learned that following Lilia's whole track. Also, why did that just play automatically? That was a bit annoying, how that just automatically played when I printed a card. Alright, I don't want to replay the video. Personal files. What's taking so long? Percival, how long does it take to clear out an abandoned office? Toss Clark's belongings into the streets of Byzantium for all I care. He's not using them. Just get my office expansion done before I return. I'm tired of staring at that hole in the wall. And for law's sake, do something about that doom and gloom presentation. We have the brightest minds in Halcyon working in our public relations department, and they make this announcement sound like a damn funeral elegy. We need something bright and cheerful. We need something we can sell. Misuse. Percival, reschedule my regular Wednesday massage. I have urgent matters to attend to off-site. Food reserves. Chairman, I've made inquiries and can confirm that we have plenty of food, real food, stored away from our inter-colony trade. The nutritional profile of the food produced within Halcyon has continued to decline. Soon people are going to start feeling hungry no matter how much they eat. Unfortunately, it's gotten too expensive to continue buying from even the closest colonies. But what we have will sustain Byzantium in a minimal workforce for the foreseeable future. Other corporations. Chairman, the heads of the other 9 corporations are up in arms about their shares again. As head of UDL, you can overrule them easily, but I thought you should know they're at it again. Alright, let's send these messages. Load reading cartridge, packaging data, transmit done, message to Earth, and route. Please allow between 3 and 9 months for your message to complete transit. Alright, are we just gonna be able to walk out of here? Alright, we've confirmed the food problem. They don't plan on freezing the other colonists. Wait a minute, did they say... What did they say the plan was again? Was it... Did they say the same plan that we discovered in the was it the retirement plan, or was it something different? I already forgot. Shoot. Because if it was that, then that's their plan. They're just gonna kill everyone that they can't sustain. But what do they need the dimethyl sulfoxide for? For the experiments on food, increasing food production? I don't even know. I guess we'll find out. We got some time, we got some time. Whoa. I wasn't expecting a place with this name to be so shiny. Alright. Bunch of office clerks in there. Let's not bother them.
You see any sprouts loose up here, definitely don't touch them.
Restricted access. Ah, this one's entered.
I think I'm gonna start taking my lunches out in the city. That woman from downstairs is still in the cafeteria.
That scientist? The one who's been hounding the clerks? Ooh, gives me the shudders, too.
They're all pretty unpleasant. What do you think they actually do down there?
Best not to ask. Remember that one clerk, Emily? She found a badge one of them had dropped and went down to return it. Never saw her again.
Well, that sounds ominous. Come on, you guys, get in here. When was the last time I used a bypass shunt? It feels like a while. Welcome to the Human Resources portal for the Ministry of Accuracy and Morale. Humans are our 4th most important resource at the Ministry. If you have a complaint about anything work-related, write about it here. You will feel much better after you do. From Carolyn Endicott. Issue finally taking action. Theodore Isaacs keeps eating my purpleberry lunches. I know that sprat-toothed little snot is the one doing it. I've seen him with cracker crumbs on his lips and purpleberry stains on his lab coat. Working next to him and seeing him pick the remains of my lunch out of his disgusting teeth just makes me want to scream. There, I did it. I screamed a little. That felt good. I'm just going to sit in the kitchen and wait for him to do it again. I'll catch him in the act, and then I'll come back and write up another entry. I'm going to be so livid. What was that? Ah, we can use this information. I see. I see.
Hey, did Tillman get transferred or something?
That's right. You weren't here when it happened. Some UDL officers took him into custody.
Oh, law, what did they take him for?
UDL's been questioning anybody with possible connections to Phineas Wells. And, well, Tillman designed all those wanted posters.
So UDL's interrogating Tillman? Ugh, that's disgusting. Can't believe I had lunch with the guy.
Oh boy. Ah, here we are.
Sorry, I'm kinda in the middle of something.
Do you know Theodore Isaacs?
I knew it. He's eating your lunch too, isn't he? That greedy little cysty pig. This is great. I finally have someone else to complain to.
Well, I'm delivering a formal reprimand to Theodore, but management forgot to send my ID.
Oh, that's no problem. I can get you into the lab. In fact, let's go there now. Theodore's out right now, but we should be ready when he gets back. That way everyone can see you chew him out. This is going to be so good.
Happy to help. And certainly happy to have the help. Right. I'm guessing she's letting me down that way. I should check what's over here first. Anything interesting over here? Nah, that's just the toilets. That's just the toilets. Come on, pick up the pace. Pick up the pace.
Hold, I need a favor. Think you could let my friend through just this once? After all, you still owe me.
Fine. But I don't want to hear anything about the catch-up packet incident ever again. And he's on his own if he runs into the guards downstairs.
You're the best, Holt.
Nice.
Move along.
Okay, we can't pick that in view of all the guards. This one didn't have a guard in front of it. We could have used the whatchamacallit, the shroud thingy. Ooh. Ooh. Oh man, that gun looks awesome. Why isn't this gun actually in the game? That looks slick. New TEL Needler. Suits your every need. Fillable with a wide variety of fast-acting combat chemicals. It's a revolver, but it's even more. Ah, teasing me with cool weapons that I can't have. Okay. Man, we really stand out, don't we? So far, so good. So far, so good.
Captain, I was hoping for a word.
Later, Max. Shit, I require board ID. I can't use the shroud unless I have a board ID. Fuck.
What's this I hear about you ordering more tests performed with sample 4157? That batch failed spectacularly.
I saw a variance in the results that we never accounted for, so I had the techs run the trial again. And the results were 0.003% different this time.
Do the words statistically insignificant mean anything to you?
Of course, but we're obligated to explore every possibility.
We're obligated to get a working formula before Akande has us all in tanks to help test the next batch of samples. Now get to work.
Hopefully I can find an ID down here. Probably not gonna find one down here. But it's worth a look. Well, you know what? If it comes down to me having to shoot, then fine. I deliberately didn't build up a stealth character, and it's not gonna stop me from trying to skulk about. Shit. Why don't I have an ID? I didn't find one in the office. That would have been really helpful. The board. I need a board ID. Board member ID. Eep. Yep, this is gonna be tricky. Tricky stuff. Oh, there's a door here. A locker room. If there's any place I'd find an ID, it's down here.
Quietly now.
Please, please, please tell me there's an ID. Ugh. Look at the floor of this bathroom. Ugh. It's like a... If you've ever been to like a public bathroom, just, ugh, it's like that. Maybe there might be one in the lockers? UDL identity cartridge. Excellent. Now we gotta make the most of it. Yeah, now we look the part.
I haven't seen you before. You're not a test specialist, are you?
Alright. Starting from the beginning.
My mysterious Sprat Savior. What an unexpected surprise.
Hey, how's it going?
But what are you doing here?
I need to inspect the dimethyl sulfoxide.
On the other side of the lab? Why, that requires a top-level clearance. After all, we're running low on the stuff.
Come on, after I found your sprats?
Oh, very well. I really shouldn't be doing this. But you did help me out. Take this key card. It'll get you into the hibernation lab where the remaining dimethyl sulfoxide is. If you're seen by any of the guards, however, I'm afraid I can't help. Good luck.
Understood. Thank you and good luck. Alright. Working on a lot of animals down here. Remember, human trials are expensive. Test with animals first. Trial 27. I've tried replicating the work Dr. Wells initially did on the revivifying formula, but his notes are basically unintelligible. This may take a few iterations. That's tetraborate ethanol, not toasted dinner roll. Trial 864. Trial 86. Maybe it is toasted dinner roll. Trial 82. Powers that be are demanding results. I have submitted my catalog of dead sprats. Trial 127. I didn't realize it was possible to run out of sprats. Plenty in the maintenance tunnels. Trial 128. Which genius left the new shipment of sprats in the kitchen? Trial 237. Still attempting to complete Wells' formula. Still going through a dozen sprats a week. We've got a lot of work ahead of us if this is ever going to be effective at reviving people from long-term hibernation. That's what they're working on? Also, notice up here, terminal brought to you by enter company name here, enter company name here, enter slogan here. These things aren't, like, set up properly. Those would be the human subjects. Okay, shit, going into that elevator doesn't protect me. Right, we don't have to explain ourselves yet, just if somebody catches me. Okay, this is not the way to go. Hibernation lab. Just take it nice and easy. Okay, we're gonna have to chat up these guards.
What was that?
Don't worry about it.
Guess I'm seeing things.
Damn right you are. Right, they got containment cells here. Actually, before I open this, let's go talk to... I think I saw somebody in a cell. Frenzied test subject. They're wearing the same hibernation suits that I was wearing. I can't talk to them. They're all frenzied. What are they doing down here? I'm in. For the protection of Ministry property, including Ministry personnel, dangerous subjects must be properly restrained. Containment log. UDL security scooped the subjects up from various locations around Halcyon. None displayed any behavioral abnormalities or homicidal tendencies. We tested revivifying Formula 132 on them, the one with high concentrations of adrenatime. Ah, yes, and they began exhibiting hyperaggression. Yep, that's gonna happen. Whatever you do, do not open the cells. Oops.
Can we talk?
Oopsie.
What was that?
Take him down! Don't hurt me! Bring him down!
Come on, come on. Get through the door so I can close it, you slow motherfuckers. Come on. Let me over. Come on.
Asshole. Pathetic.
Bloody waist-high fucking barrier keeping me from jumping over something so basic. we got a clear shot at the exit. That'll be our dimethyl sulfoxide. Where'd they get all these people? Were they put into hibernation and then to test revivifying them? Or were they also getting pulled from the Hope? Or are there other... Where are they getting these people? Welcome to the Human Experimentation Station of the Ministry of Accuracy and Morale. Human testing is a required step of any new product or process in order to ensure accuracy. Please be sure to document the results of all tests thoroughly to save the expense of additional trials. Live human trials. In addition to dimethyl sulfoxide to the current round of tests... The addition of dimethyl sulfoxide to the current round of tests has resulted in some improvements. Subjects are showing improved circulation and increased neural activity. However, our formula is still missing something. We are still unable to fully revive subjects from long-term hibernation. And removing their supply of dimethyl sulfoxide results in their rather excruciating death. The problem is compounded when we consider reviving and freezing subjects multiple times over their lives. To make matters worse, we've had a hard time securing additional dimethyl sulfoxide. We may have to make do with this batch. Formulation version... Discontinued due to severe adverse reactions. Do not stare directly at contacts. Well, let's get it transferred. This procedure may result in the invalidation of experiment results and the death of human test subjects. Further information? Sudden withdrawal from dimethyl sulfoxide is highly lethal and will result in the cancellation of any in-progress experiments. Experimental integrity and test subject vitality can be maintained by leaving a 73.629% concentration in circulation. Doc probably needs all he can get, but I don't want to kill people to get it. Give me the details. Experiment authorization, Rockwell Charles, Lifetime Employment Program. Okay, no, yeah, this is different from the retirement program. That was a different thing. Objective to repeatedly revive human subjects from extended hibernation without causing the death of human subject and loss of associated productivity. Results inconclusive. Prognosis cautiously optimistic. Alright, hopefully those people get revived.
It is endlessly fascinating to me that all of existence is simply atoms, molecules, and chemical reactions, which in turn create and govern our bodies, minds, and emotions. And yet somehow, we still believe we are in control.
And don't get too deep on me, Vicar. Well, hopefully, Doc will be happy with what I've got him. Wasn't able to get a whole lot. What did I get, like 26%? I got like a quarter of the supply. But hey, that went pretty well. And just as well too, because I've been going for 4 hours. Which means it's about high time I take a break. Yeah. You know, maybe doing longer streams would be something I could do, but it's a good spot to stop. We don't have much left to do in the city anyway, other than, what did I have left to do here? Parvati needs her fancy clothes. Oh, right, and we need to get these outfits for Celeste. So, yeah. This seems like as good a spot to stop as any. Heist successful! And I even got to use my good talking skills. Did I do a save just now? I didn't. Let's do a save. Alright. Yeah, Byzantium. It's not as shiny in some places, but it's crumbling with the rest of the colony. Yep, it ain't looking so hot over here, and they're up to some shit. But then again, I'm up to stuff too, and so is Doc. So, hey. Hopefully he'll be able to do something with stuff that I got. Yeah. That's it for now, I suppose. I'm not sure what I'll do next time. I guess I'll get Parvati her dress. And that was the last thing she needed for her date. So I guess we could pop back over to the Groundbreaker. I need to go back to the Groundbreaker anyway to get a spacer outfit. So I guess I could do some of this side stuff before I go back to continue our Gorgon adventures. Yeah, that sounds like a plan. Yeah. That's what we'll be doing next time. So, until next time, it was nice to see some people poke their heads in, even if it was only for a little bit. Thank you for watching. Hope to see people again next time. Have a good one. Also, Sonata of Fire is really fucking good. Go check it out.